Beneath the sanctioned narratives of our past lie discoveries so anomalous, so fundamentally challenging to our understanding of human history, that they've been systematically dismissed, ignored, or hidden from public view. Artifacts that suggest advanced civilizations existed tens of thousands of years before they should have. Human remains discovered in geological strata millions of years older than humanity's accepted timeline. Ancient structures exhibiting technological capabilities that defy conventional archaeological explanation. These aren't speculative fantasies or unsubstantiated claims. These are physical findings documented by credentialed researchers that simply don't fit within the established paradigm of human development. For over a century, these inconvenient discoveries have been relegated to footnotes, locked away in museum basements, or explained away through increasingly strained interpretations designed to maintain the status quo. The academic establishment has constructed a carefully controlled narrative about our origins and development, a narrative that grows more fragile with each anomalous artifact unearthed from the depths of our mysterious past. Before we delve into these controversial findings, a quick note for all viewers. While this video includes visual elements to enhance your experience, the stories and information stand perfectly well on their own through audio alone. Feel free to let this play in the background while you attend to other tasks. Use it to unwind after a long day, or even drift off to sleep contemplating these profound archaeological mysteries. And if you appreciate this exploration into our hidden past, consider subscribing to support more content that dares to question the established narrative. There's something eerily beautiful about the Mississippi River Valley, especially near present-day Collinsville, Illinois. The land here seems ordinary at first glance, flat, fertile farmland stretching toward the horizon. But look closer, and the earth itself begins to tell a different story. Rising from this seemingly unremarkable landscape are massive earthen structures, silent monuments to a civilization that thrived long before European settlers arrived on these shores. Welcome to Cahokia, perhaps the most significant archaeological site you've never heard of, and one of America's most profound mysteries. Imagine a city in North America around 1,000 years ago that rivaled the population of London at the same time. A metropolis with sophisticated urban planning, astronomical knowledge, and monumental architecture that would have required millions of hours of human labor to construct. This wasn't a European settlement. This wasn't a colony. This was Cahokia, the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico, built by indigenous people we now call the Mississippians. At its peak between 1050 and 1200 CE, Cahokia was home to an estimated 20,000 people, possibly even more. The city sprawled across 6 square miles, featuring over 120 earthen mounds arranged in precise geometric patterns. The central feature of this ancient metropolis was Monk's Mound, a 4-terraced pyramid rising nearly 100 feet into the air and covering an area larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza at its base. Let that sink in for a moment. A structure comparable in size to the Egyptian pyramids, built not with stone but with 22 million cubic feet of earth, carried in woven baskets by human hands. But the mystery of Cahokia goes far deeper than its impressive size. Despite being the largest archaeological site in the United States, Cahokia remains shrouded in uncertainty. We don't even know what the inhabitants called themselves or their city. The name Cahokia comes from an unrelated tribe that lived in the area centuries after the original builders had vanished. We don't know their language, their full religious beliefs, or even exactly why they disappeared. It's as if history itself has conspired to erase their story. What we do know paints a picture of remarkable sophistication. Cahokia was carefully planned, with neighborhoods, plazas, and mounds arranged according to cosmological principles. The city featured a massive central plaza covering 50 acres, where community gatherings and ceremonial games would take place. Surrounding this plaza were neighborhoods of houses, workshops, and smaller community plazas. Perhaps the most intriguing feature of Cahokia is what archaeologists call wood hen, a series of large wooden posts arranged in a circle, functioning as a solar calendar. The posts aligned perfectly with the solstices and equinoxes, allowing the Cahokians to track time and seasons with impressive accuracy. This wasn't just a practical tool. It was likely integral to their religious ceremonies and agricultural planning. The level of astronomical knowledge required to create such a structure suggests a deep understanding of celestial movements that rivals other ancient observatories around the world. Excavations have revealed something else: unexpected evidence of human sacrifice. Beneath one particular mound known as Mound 72, archaeologists uncovered the remains of more than 250 people. Some appear to have been ritually sacrificed, including a group of 53 young women who were killed and carefully arranged in rows. Nearby was the body of a ruler, laid on a platform of thousands of shell beads arranged in the shape of a bird. This birdman burial, as it's called, suggests complex social hierarchies and religious practices that we're only beginning to understand. But here's where the story takes a darker turn. After flourishing for centuries, Cahokia began to decline around 1200 CE, and by 1400 it was completely abandoned. What happened? Why would thousands of people simply leave such an established city? The traditional explanation involves some combination of environmental factors: deforestation, climate change, flooding, or drought. Perhaps they depleted their resources, or political instability led to the city's downfall. Yet some researchers believe there's more to the story. The timing of Cahokia's abandonment coincides with a period of significant climate change known as the Little Ice Age, which brought cooler temperatures and altered rainfall patterns across North America. But climate change alone doesn't explain the complete abandonment of such a massive settlement. Other Mississippian sites faced similar climate challenges, yet continued to be inhabited. Some archaeologists have proposed more dramatic theories. Could there have been an epidemic of disease that swept through the densely populated city? Perhaps warfare with neighboring groups led to Cahokia's downfall. Or was there an internal revolution, a rejection of the elite class and their demands for tribute and labor? What makes Cahokia particularly mysterious is the lack of written records. Unlike the Maya or Aztec civilizations, the Cahokians left no texts describing their history, beliefs, or the reasons for their city's abandonment. All we have are the mounds themselves, the artifacts buried within them, and the subtle patterns in how they arranged their world. Even more puzzling is how quickly knowledge of Cahokia faded from memory. When European explorers arrived in the area in the 17th century, the mounds were still visible, but the indigenous peoples living nearby had no direct knowledge of who had built them or why. Some tribes had legends of a great civilization that once existed, but specific knowledge of Cahokia had been lost to time. This amnesia led to wild speculation among early American settlers. Some believed the mounds must have been built by Vikings, Welsh explorers, or even a lost tribe of Israel. The very idea that Native Americans could have built something so massive and sophisticated didn't fit with the prevailing prejudices of the time. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that proper archaeological investigations confirmed that the mounds were indeed built by indigenous peoples of North America. Today, Cahokia Mounds is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but it remains far less known than comparable ancient sites around the world. While millions visit the Egyptian pyramids or Machu Picchu each year, Cahokia receives only about 250,000 visitors annually. Perhaps this relative obscurity is part of what makes Cahokia so intriguing. It's a lost civilization hiding in plain sight, in the heartland of America. What's particularly striking about Cahokia is how it challenges our understanding of pre-Columbian North America. The traditional narrative taught in many schools portrays North American indigenous peoples as primarily nomadic or living in small settlements. Cahokia shatters this misconception, revealing that complex urban societies did indeed develop north of Mexico. This raises uncomfortable questions about how much of Native American history has been overlooked, forgotten, or deliberately obscured. Recent archaeological techniques have revealed even more surprises. Ground-penetrating radar has identified previously unknown structures beneath the soil, suggesting that Cahokia was even larger and more complex than previously thought. Isotope analysis of human remains indicates that many residents of Cahokia came from distant regions, suggesting it was a cosmopolitan city drawing people from across the Midwest and beyond. Some researchers have even proposed connections between Cahokia and Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya. Certain artistic motifs and ceremonial practices show similarities that could indicate cultural exchange. If true, this would suggest trade networks and cultural connections spanning thousands of miles, challenging our understanding of pre-Columbian interaction in North America. As we stand on Monk's Mound today, looking out over the remnants of this once great city, we're left with far more questions than answers. Who were these people who moved millions of cubic feet of earth without wheels, metal tools, or beasts of burden? How did they organize such a massive labor force? What cosmic or religious vision drove them to build on such a grand scale? And perhaps most hauntingly, where did they go and why? Cahokia reminds us that history is not a simple narrative of progress from primitive to advanced. Civilizations rise and fall, sometimes leaving barely a trace of their existence. It makes us wonder what other great societies might have flourished and disappeared across North America, their stories lost to time. What knowledge, what achievements, what understanding of the world might have vanished with them? And perhaps most unsettling of all, could our own civilization someday be similarly forgotten, our greatest achievements reduced to puzzling artifacts for future archaeologists to ponder? The mystery of Cahokia isn't just about the past. It's a mirror that reflects our own fragility and impermanence, challenging us to reconsider what we think we know about history itself. Deep within the dimly lit corridors of Egyptian temples, beneath layers of time and obscurity, lie carvings that have puzzled archaeologists and historians for decades. Among these enigmatic reliefs are images that, to some observers, bear an uncanny resemblance to modern scientific instruments. Could the ancient Egyptians have possessed technology far more advanced than conventional history suggests? Could they have used microscopes thousands of years before the first official microscopic observations were recorded in the 17th century? The controversy centers primarily around a set of hieroglyphs found in the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, as well as similar carvings in the Temple of Seti, the first at Abydos. These particular carvings show elongated, bulbous objects that some alternative researchers have interpreted as representing sophisticated electrical devices or optical instruments. The most controversial claim is that certain carvings depict what appear to be microscopes or telescopes, suggesting the Egyptians had the ability to observe the microscopic world millennia before Antony van Leeuwenhoek and Robert Hooke popularized microscopy in Europe. The carvings in question show what conventional Egyptologists identify as symbolic representations of lotus flowers, papyrus stems, or ceremonial objects. But when viewed through a different lens, these same carvings take on a startlingly different appearance. The elongated shape, the apparent lens-like bulb at one end, and what looks like an eyepiece at the other have led some researchers to suggest these might be depictions of optical instruments. One particular relief from Dendera shows a figure holding what appears to be a long, tube-like object with distinct sections that, to modern eyes, resembles the basic structure of a simple microscope. Adjacent figures are shown in postures suggesting observation or manipulation of small objects, further fueling speculation about microscopical work. But the mystery deepens when we consider other evidence from ancient Egypt that might support this controversial interpretation. Egyptian craftsmen produced incredible works of miniature art requiring precision that would challenge even modern artisans. The intricate details on some jewelry pieces, for instance, feature designs so small they're barely visible to the naked eye. How did they achieve such precision without magnification tools? Take, for example, the famous golden mask of Tutankhamun, with its incredibly detailed inlay work, or the minutely carved scarab amulets bearing hieroglyphic inscriptions smaller than a grain of rice. Similarly puzzling are ancient Egyptian medical papyri that describe procedures requiring visualization of structures not easily seen with the naked eye. The Edwin Smith surgical papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE, contains descriptions of brain structures and surgical procedures that suggest a level of anatomical knowledge one might expect from cultures with some form of magnification technology. Moreover, ancient Egyptian texts contain words and concepts related to seeing the very small or very distant. While conventional translations interpret these as metaphorical or spiritual references, some researchers suggest they might be literal descriptions of observations made with optical instruments. The standard archaeological response to these claims is straightforward. There's no physical evidence of glass lenses or optical instruments in the archaeological record of ancient Egypt. No actual microscopes have been found in tombs or settlements, despite the excellent preservation conditions that have given us everything from wooden furniture to papyrus documents to bread loaves. Mainstream Egyptologists argue that the carvings in question are well-understood religious symbols, not technological devices. The elongated objects, they say, represent sacred implements used in ritual contexts, or symbolic representations of creation mythology involving lotus flowers and serpents. The apparent lenses are simply stylized bulbs or decorative elements consistent with Egyptian artistic conventions. As for the incredible miniature work, experts point out that human visual acuity varies greatly between individuals, and skilled craftsmen with exceptional eyesight, working under bright sunlight with simple magnifying devices like water-filled crystals, could achieve remarkable precision. There are also well-documented techniques for creating fine work without requiring direct visualization of the smallest details. But those who support the ancient microscope theory aren't easily convinced by these explanations. They point to other anomalous artifacts and knowledge that suggest advanced ancient technology. For instance, there's the Baghdad battery, a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod that some believe could have generated electricity. There are also ancient Indian texts that describe flying machines and weapons resembling modern technology. Could the microscope carvings be part of a larger pattern of advanced ancient knowledge that has been forgotten, dismissed, or deliberately hidden from public understanding? Some alternative researchers believe so, suggesting that conventional archaeology is too rigid in its thinking, too unwilling to consider possibilities that challenge established chronologies of technological development. The debate takes on new dimensions when we consider the precision of ancient Egyptian medicine. Their medical papyri describe treatments for conditions that would seem to require detailed knowledge of microscopic pathogens. They had specific remedies for infections and parasites, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of disease causes. Could they have observed microscopic organisms, perhaps with instruments similar to those allegedly depicted in their temple carvings? Adding to the intrigue are ancient Egyptian words translated as seeing the unseen or revealing the hidden. While these are generally interpreted in religious or magical contexts, they take on new meaning if we consider the possibility of optical technology. Perhaps these phrases weren't metaphorical but literal descriptions of using instruments to see beyond normal human vision. The controversy also extends to ancient Egyptian knowledge of astronomy. Some of the same temple carvings interpreted as microscopes by certain researchers are interpreted by others as telescopes. The ancient Egyptians' precise astronomical calculations and alignments of monuments like the Great Pyramid suggest sophisticated observational capabilities. Could they have developed simple lenses for both astronomical and microscopic observations? There's also the curious matter of ancient Egyptian glass technology. While not as renowned for glassmaking as later civilizations like the Romans, they did produce glass objects of considerable sophistication. Some specimens show understanding of optical properties that could, theoretically, have led to experimentation with lenses. Small crystal or glass objects found in archaeological sites could potentially have served as simple magnifying devices, though they're conventionally interpreted as jewelry components or ritual objects. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of this mystery is how it challenges our assumptions about the linear progression of human knowledge. We're accustomed to thinking of technological development as a straight line from primitive to advanced, with each new discovery building upon previous ones in a neat, orderly fashion. But what if the reality is messier? What if knowledge has been gained, lost, and rediscovered multiple times throughout human history? Historical precedent supports this possibility. The famous Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a Greek shipwreck and dating to around 100 BCE, demonstrated astronomical calculation capabilities that wouldn't be seen again until the 14th century. The Roman concrete formula was lost for centuries before being rediscovered. Could microscopy be another example of knowledge gained, lost, and then rediscovered? Some researchers suggest the Library of Alexandria might have contained information about ancient optical technology that was lost when the library was destroyed. Others propose that such knowledge might have been deliberately kept secret, restricted to priest classes or mystery schools, recorded in coded language that modern translations don't fully capture. While physical evidence of ancient Egyptian microscopes remains elusive, the debate highlights something important about how we approach archaeological mysteries. Are we sometimes too quick to dismiss anomalies that don't fit our established timeline of human technological development? Do our interpretations of ancient artifacts reflect not just the evidence itself, but also our assumptions about what was and wasn't possible in the distant past? Whether the controversial carvings truly depict microscopes or are simply religious symbols interpreted through a modern lens, they remind us that ancient civilizations were far more sophisticated than we often give them credit for. They force us to question the boundaries between established history and speculation, between evidence and interpretation. Perhaps someday, new archaeological discoveries will provide definitive answers. Until then, the mysterious carvings of Dendera and Abydos continue to stare back at us from across the millennia, challenging our understanding of the ancient world and reminding us that history's greatest mysteries often hide in plain sight, carved into stone, waiting for eyes that truly see. Outside the quiet town of Rockwall, Texas, lies an archaeological enigma that has perplexed investigators for nearly 170 years. Beneath the rich soil of this unassuming suburb of Dallas rests what some believe is the greatest archaeological cover-up in American history, a massive stone wall that defies conventional explanation. Is it simply an unusual natural formation as mainstream geology suggests, or could it be evidence of an ancient civilization that history has forgotten? The controversy surrounding this structure has persisted since its discovery in 1852, and the more we learn about it, the more mysterious it becomes. The story begins with the first settlers to the area, who, while digging wells, stumbled upon what appeared to be a carefully constructed stone wall buried beneath several feet of soil. So impressive was this discovery that the settlers named their new settlement Rockwall after it. What they found wasn't a small structure, but sections of what seemed to be a massive wall system that early reports suggested formed a nearly perfect rectangle measuring approximately 3.5 miles by 5 miles. Dimensions so precise they appeared to be the product of intelligent design rather than natural processes. The wall itself is composed of oddly uniform sandstone blocks, many featuring what appear to be precise right angles. Some blocks reportedly show evidence of mortar between them, while others contain strange inscriptions or symbols that have never been satisfactorily explained. Perhaps most puzzling of all are the reports of stairs, archways, and corridors within the structure, architectural features that challenge any natural explanation. Over the decades, as more sections of the wall were exposed through excavations and erosion, debate intensified about its origins. Those who believe the wall is artificial point to several compelling features. First, there's the geometric precision of the overall structure, forming what appears to be a deliberate rectangle covering approximately 20 square miles. Then there's the uniformity of the blocks themselves. Many are remarkably similar in size and shape, with straight edges and consistent dimensions that seem unlikely to occur naturally. Some excavations have revealed blocks with curious holes or protrusions that appear to be joining mechanisms, potentially allowing blocks to fit together like pieces of a massive three-dimensional puzzle. In certain sections, explorers have reported finding what look like smoothed or finished surfaces, as if the stones had been carefully worked by human hands. Perhaps most intriguing are the accounts from the 19th century describing rooms or chambers within the structure. In 1886, a local resident named T.H. Meredith claimed to have excavated a section of the wall and discovered a corridor leading to a small room with a floor of square-cut stones. Other early accounts mention similar findings, interior spaces that would be extraordinarily difficult to explain through natural geological processes. Then there are the various artifacts reportedly found in association with the wall over the years: strange metal objects, unusual stone tools, and even what some have described as hieroglyphic-like markings on certain stones. Unfortunately, many of these discoveries were poorly documented, and the artifacts themselves have been lost to time, leaving us with tantalizing historical accounts but little physical evidence to examine with modern methods. Geologists and archaeologists who have studied the site present a very different interpretation. According to mainstream science, the Rockwall structure is not a wall at all but a natural formation known as a sandstone dike. These dikes form when sedimentary material fills vertical cracks in the Earth's subsurface. Over millions of years, these materials harden into stone, creating wall-like structures that can indeed appear surprisingly regular and geometric. The scientific explanation suggests that approximately 87 million years ago, during the late Cretaceous period, the sedimentary material that would become the wall seeped into fissures in the surrounding limestone. As the material hardened and the Earth shifted over millennia, joints and fractures formed in patterns that can create the illusion of masonry construction. The apparent right angles and uniform blocks, according to geologists, are simply the result of natural jointing patterns in the sandstone, a phenomenon observed in other geological formations around the world. As for the reported rooms, corridors, and architectural features, skeptics suggest these accounts were either exaggerated or misinterpretations of natural voids and spaces that can form within such geological structures. The supposed mortar, they argue, is merely calcium carbonate deposits that often occur between layers of sedimentary rock. A significant study conducted in the 1920s by geologists from the University of Texas examined the wall and concluded it was indeed a natural formation. More recent geological studies have supported this assessment, identifying the structure as a classic example of a clastic dike formed through natural processes. But proponents of the artificial origin theory remain unconvinced. They point out that no comparable sandstone dikes of such massive scale and geometric precision have been identified elsewhere. They question why this particular formation would create such uniform blocks and why it would form a nearly perfect rectangle spanning miles in each direction, a level of symmetry rarely seen in nature. Some researchers have noted that the orientation of the wall aligns with the cardinal directions, with its sides running almost perfectly north-south and east-west. Such alignment, they argue, suggests intentional construction rather than random geological processes. Others have pointed to the presence of material within the wall that appears different from the surrounding geology, suggesting it may have been transported from elsewhere. The controversy deepened in the late 20th century when several independent researchers attempted more thorough investigations of the site. Unfortunately, by this time, much of the original wall had been destroyed by development, agriculture, and quarrying operations. The portions that remain are largely on private property, making systematic study difficult. Some conspiracy theorists suggest this limited access is deliberate, part of an effort to prevent the discovery of evidence that might challenge conventional historical narratives. What makes the Rockwall mystery particularly compelling is how it fits into broader questions about ancient American civilizations. If the structure is indeed artificial, it would suggest the presence of an advanced culture in North America far earlier than conventional archaeology recognizes. Some proponents of the artificial origin theory suggest the wall could be thousands of years old, potentially predating known Native American cultures in the region. This possibility connects the Rockwall mystery to other controversial archaeological sites across North America, from the massive earthworks of Cahokia to the contentious claims about pre-Columbian European contact. It raises fundamental questions about who the earliest Americans were and what capabilities they possessed. In 1999, a geological team from the University of Texas conducted ground-penetrating radar surveys of portions of the wall, hoping to settle the debate once and for all. Their findings supported the natural formation theory, identifying characteristics consistent with sandstone dikes and finding no evidence of deliberate construction. Yet these studies covered only limited sections of the structure, leaving room for ongoing speculation about other portions that remain unexplored. Adding to the mystery are local legends and folklore that have accumulated around the wall over generations. Some tales speak of strange lights or sounds associated with the structure, while others mention unusual electromagnetic phenomena reported by those who have visited excavated sections. While such accounts are anecdotal and impossible to verify scientifically, they've contributed to the wall's mystique and fueled continued interest in its origins. Perhaps the most reasonable position lies somewhere between the extremes. It's possible that the Rockwall structure began as a natural formation that was later modified or expanded by human hands. Many ancient cultures around the world incorporated natural features into their constructions, enhancing and adapting what nature provided rather than building entirely from scratch. Whether natural wonder or ancient megastructure, the Rockwall of Texas reminds us that mysteries still lurk beneath our feet, even in seemingly ordinary places. It challenges the neat categorizations we often impose on the world, blurring the lines between geology and archaeology, between the work of nature and the hands of our ancestors. As urban development continues to cover more of the original structure, the window for solving this mystery grows smaller. Perhaps someday, advanced technologies will allow us to map what remains of the wall without destructive excavation, providing more conclusive answers about its true nature. Until then, the Rockwall remains what it has been for nearly 2 centuries, a profound enigma buried in the Texas soil, challenging our understanding of both natural processes and human history in North America. Deep within the towering cliffs of the Grand Canyon, hidden from tourist trails and protected by nearly impenetrable terrain, could there be evidence of ancient Egyptian presence in North America? According to a controversial newspaper article published in the Phoenix Gazette on April 5, 1909, an explosive archaeological discovery suggested exactly that: a vast cave system containing artifacts, hieroglyphics, and even mummies that pointed to Egyptian explorers reaching the American Southwest thousands of years before Columbus. The story has persisted for over a century, becoming one of the most enduring archaeological mysteries in American history. But what's the truth behind this extraordinary claim? Did Egyptians really reach the Grand Canyon in ancient times? Or is this tale merely an elaborate hoax or misunderstanding? The original newspaper article described an expedition led by a Professor S.A. Jordan of the Smithsonian Institute, who allegedly discovered a massive underground citadel with multiple chambers extending deep into the canyon walls. According to the report, the explorers found Egyptian-style artifacts, hieroglyphic inscriptions, and mummified bodies. The location was said to be in a remote area of the canyon, in what the article called the Marble Canyon region. The Gazette reported that the Smithsonian was engaged in a secretive excavation of the site and had already removed numerous artifacts to Washington, D.C. What makes this story particularly intriguing is the level of specific detail included in the article. It mentioned statues of Egyptian deities like Isis and Osiris, copper weapons hardened to the hardness of steel, granaries filled with seeds, and even a crypt containing mummies of both Egyptian and indigenous origin. The report claimed that one chamber measured 1,480 feet in length, with rooms branching off from this main corridor that contained distinct Egyptian architectural features, including lotus flower symbols and hieroglyphic writings. According to the newspaper account, the site had been discovered by an explorer named G.E. Kincaid, who stumbled upon it while boating through the Grand Canyon. Kincaid reportedly found a cave entrance approximately 1,500 feet above the river level, hidden in such a way that it was almost impossible to spot from the outside. Inside, he claimed to have found evidence of a sophisticated ancient settlement that bore unmistakable Egyptian characteristics. The story takes an even more mysterious turn when we consider what happened next, or rather, what didn't happen. There was no follow-up article, no major archaeological announcement from the Smithsonian, no exhibition of the supposedly remarkable findings. Instead, the story simply disappeared from public view, leading many to believe that the discovery had been deliberately suppressed. When modern researchers attempted to verify the details of the story, they encountered numerous problems. First, there is no record of a Professor S.A. Jordan ever working for the Smithsonian in this period. Second, the Smithsonian Institution has consistently denied any knowledge of such a discovery, stating officially that no Egyptian artifacts have ever been found in North America. Third, no physical evidence, photographs, field notes, or artifacts has ever surfaced to substantiate the claims made in the Phoenix Gazette article. Skeptics suggest several explanations for the story. The most straightforward is that it was simply a journalistic hoax, not uncommon in newspapers of that era. The early 20th century was a time when sensationalist reporting was widespread, and newspapers often published fantastic stories to boost readership. The article appeared around April 1st, though published on April 5th, raising additional suspicions that it might have been an elaborate April Fool's joke that continued to circulate. Others suggest that there may have been a genuine discovery that was misinterpreted. The Grand Canyon region contains numerous Native American archaeological sites, including cliff dwellings and caves used by ancient peoples such as the ancestral Puebloans, Kohanina, and Sinagua cultures. Perhaps Kincaid, if he existed, encountered such a site, and through a combination of imagination and the prevailing Egyptomania of the early 20th century, interpreted indigenous American artifacts as Egyptian. The timing of the article is also significant. It was published during a period of widespread public fascination with ancient Egypt, following major discoveries in the Valley of the Kings. Egyptology had captured the American imagination, and tales of Egyptian influence in unexpected places would have appealed to readers. Additionally, the early 20th century was a time when many alternative theories about ancient global contact were being proposed, often with racial undertones, suggesting that indigenous cultures couldn't have developed their sophisticated civilizations without outside influence. But while conventional archaeology dismisses the story, a community of alternative researchers has continued to investigate the possibility of ancient Egyptian presence in the Grand Canyon. They point to several intriguing factors that they believe lend credence to the original account. First, there's the curious matter of Egyptian place names in the Grand Canyon. In the very region where the cave was allegedly discovered, there are numerous geographical features bearing Egyptian and Hindu names: Isis Temple, Tower of Set, Tower of Ra, Horus Temple, Osiris Temple, and Buddha Cloister among them. These names were given to the features by the first European-American explorers of the canyon in the late 19th century, predating the 1909 newspaper article. Why, some ask, would these early explorers choose Egyptian names unless they saw something that reminded them of Egyptian culture? Second, some researchers point to certain Native American legends that speak of ancestral connections to distant lands across the sea. While mainstream archaeologists interpret these as cultural metaphors rather than literal historical accounts, alternative theorists suggest they might preserve memories of actual contact with old-world civilizations. Third, there are genuine archaeological puzzles in the Americas that have led some to propose ancient transoceanic contact. Certain cultural similarities between Old World and New World civilizations, from pyramid building to specific artistic motifs, have fueled speculation about pre-Columbian contact, though most archaeologists explain these as cases of parallel development rather than direct influence. Adding to the mystery is the difficulty of accessing certain areas of the Grand Canyon. Large portions of the canyon's north rim fall within restricted areas, including land controlled by the U.S. government. Some conspiracy theorists suggest these restrictions exist to prevent independent verification of the Egyptian caves, though there are more mundane explanations related to environmental protection, safety concerns, and respect for Native American sacred sites. The National Park Service and Smithsonian have consistently maintained that there is no archaeological evidence of ancient Egyptian presence in the Grand Canyon. They point out that such a discovery would revolutionize our understanding of human history and would hardly be kept secret. It would be trumpeted as one of the greatest archaeological finds of all time. Modern archaeological methods have thoroughly explored the Grand Canyon region, documenting thousands of genuine Native American sites that tell the rich and complex story of the indigenous peoples who have inhabited this remarkable landscape for millennia. These real archaeological treasures, some archaeologists argue, are far more fascinating than mythical Egyptian caves, representing the authentic cultural heritage of North America. Yet the legend persists, kept alive through books, websites, and television programs exploring forbidden archaeology and ancient mysteries. It has become part of a larger alternative narrative about human history, one that proposes advanced ancient civilizations, global exploration, and technological achievements far earlier than conventional history recognizes. Some researchers have attempted to pinpoint the exact location described in the 1909 article, using the geographical clues provided. Several expeditions have explored remote areas of the canyon searching for the cave entrance, though without success. The sheer scale of the Grand Canyon, 277 miles long, up to 18 miles wide, and over a mile deep, makes such searches extremely challenging, and many areas remain virtually inaccessible. Could there be some kernel of truth to the story? Perhaps Kincaid did find something unusual, not Egyptian artifacts, but something he misinterpreted through the lens of his own cultural expectations. Perhaps indigenous artifacts with symbolic similarities to Egyptian iconography led to an honest misidentification. Or perhaps the entire story was fabricated, a newspaper sensation that has outlived its creators to become an enduring modern myth. What's particularly interesting about the Grand Canyon Egyptian cave story is how it reflects our ongoing fascination with alternative historical narratives. It speaks to a human desire to find connections between seemingly disparate cultures, to imagine a past where the boundaries between civilizations were more porous than conventional history suggests. It represents our continued fascination with ancient Egypt and our tendency to see its influence everywhere. The story also highlights the tension between institutional authority and alternative researchers in archaeology. When mainstream institutions like the Smithsonian dismiss such claims, it often reinforces the suspicions of those who believe in deliberate suppression of information. This dynamic continues to shape how archaeological controversies play out in the public sphere. Whether the Grand Canyon Egyptian cave is fact, fiction, or something in between, it remains a powerful reminder that the history of the Americas is still being written and rewritten. New archaeological techniques continue to push back the dates of human habitation in the Americas and reveal surprising connections between ancient cultures. While there's no credible evidence of ancient Egyptians in Arizona, the genuine archaeological heritage of the Grand Canyon region, with its rich indigenous history spanning thousands of years, is every bit as fascinating as the myths that have grown up around it. In the remote canyons of Utah and the hidden alcoves of the Amazon rainforest, ancient artists left their mark on stone walls thousands of years ago. Cave paintings and petroglyphs are nothing new to archaeology, but among these countless ancient artworks are a handful of images that seem impossible, images that simply should not exist according to everything we think we know about human history. I'm talking about what appear to be clear, unmistakable depictions of dinosaurs created by ancient human hands. In Kachina Bridge, part of Utah's Natural Bridges National Monument, a petroglyph etched into the sandstone appears to show a sauropod dinosaur, complete with the characteristic long neck and tail. The Native American artists who created it belonged to the Anasazi culture, dating back approximately 1,000 to 1,500 years ago. But according to mainstream science, dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, long before humans ever walked the earth. So how could these ancient artists have known what a dinosaur looked like? The conventional explanation is simple: they couldn't have. Mainstream archaeologists suggest these images are misidentifications, cases where modern viewers are seeing dinosaurs, because that's what our dinosaur-aware minds recognize in abstract or weathered drawings. What appears to be a sauropod might actually be a snake, a lizard, or simply a symbolic figure that was never meant to represent a real animal at all. Some suggest that natural erosion of the rock has altered the original images, creating the illusion of dinosaur-like features where none were intended. But there are those who find these explanations unsatisfying, particularly because similar dinosaur art has been found across multiple continents, created by cultures that had no contact with each other. In the Amazon rainforest, ceramic pottery dated to approximately 5,000 years ago shows images that look remarkably like dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures. In Cambodia's ancient Angkor Temple complex, a carving on the walls of Ta Prohm Temple appears to show a stegosaurus, complete with its distinctive back plates. Perhaps the most famous example comes from Peru, where the Ica stones present an even deeper mystery. These are a collection of andesite stones featuring etchings of what unmistakably appear to be dinosaurs, some shown interacting with humans. According to those who discovered them, the stones were found in caves and tomb sites, suggesting great antiquity. If authentic, they would represent the most compelling evidence that humans and dinosaurs once coexisted. But therein lies the problem. Many archaeologists believe the Ica stones are modern forgeries, created to sell to tourists fascinated by ancient mysteries. The debate comes down to two seemingly incompatible possibilities. Either these ancient artworks are not what they appear to be, or our understanding of prehistory is fundamentally flawed. Those who believe these images genuinely depict dinosaurs propose several theories to explain how ancient humans could have known what these extinct creatures looked like. Some suggest that dinosaur bones have been uncovered by humans throughout history, and ancient people may have attempted to reconstruct the living animals based on these fossil remains. After all, The Chinese may have based their dragon myths on dinosaur fossils they discovered. This theory proposes that ancient cultures had their own paleontologists of sorts, people who found these massive bones and tried to envision the creatures they once belonged to. A more controversial explanation suggests that certain dinosaur species may have survived much longer than mainstream science acknowledges, perhaps in remote, isolated regions where small populations could have endured undetected. Proponents point to creatures like the coelacanth, a prehistoric fish thought extinct for 65 million years until living specimens were discovered in 1938. If a fish could survive undetected in the ocean depths, could some dinosaur species have survived in the unexplored corners of ancient Earth? The most extreme theory, and one rejected entirely by conventional science, is that the historical timeline as we know it is completely wrong. Some alternative researchers propose that humans and dinosaurs actually coexisted in the distant past, and these ancient artworks are accurate depictions based on first-hand observation. This view often connects to young Earth creationist perspectives that reject evolutionary timescales altogether. What makes these petroglyphs particularly intriguing is their level of detail. In some cases, the dinosaur-like creatures are shown with features that weren't known to modern science until relatively recently. For example, some depictions show dinosaurs with textured or patterned skin, a feature that only in the past few decades has been confirmed through rare fossil impressions and modern imaging techniques. How could ancient artists have known about these details if they were only working from skeletal remains? Even more puzzling are the petroglyphs that seem to show dinosaurs with correct anatomical features that weren't understood by modern paleontologists until the late 20th century. For decades, scientists portrayed many dinosaurs in unnatural, upright postures with dragging tails. It wasn't until the dinosaur renaissance of the 1970s that research revealed many dinosaurs held their tails horizontally for balance. Yet some ancient artwork appears to show dinosaurs in these anatomically correct postures, long before modern science caught up. Critics argue that this retroactive analysis is itself flawed, that we're looking at these ancient images through modern eyes and seeing what we want to see. When we spot something dinosaur-like in ancient art, we might be experiencing pareidolia, the same psychological phenomenon that makes us see faces in clouds or on Mars. The human brain is wired to recognize patterns and familiar shapes, even when they're not intentionally present. There's also the question of dating. Many of these supposed dinosaur petroglyphs lack precise dating methods, making it difficult to establish exactly when they were created. Some may be much more recent than initially thought, created after European contact brought new ideas and influences to indigenous cultures. Others may have been altered or enhanced in modern times, either deliberately by hoaxers or unintentionally by well-meaning researchers tracing faint lines to make the images more visible. In Peru's Nazca Desert, enormous geoglyphs etched into the ground form shapes only visible from high above, including what some claim to be prehistoric creatures. While mainstream archaeologists attribute these to the Nazca culture around 2,000 years ago, alternative researchers suggest they might be far older. Some of the figures appear to resemble extinct animals, including what some interpret as a dinosaur. But how would the creators have known what these creatures looked like, and why create images only visible from the sky? The mystery deepens when we consider that many ancient cultures around the world have legends of giant, reptilian creatures that sound remarkably like dinosaurs. The Chinese dragon, the European dragon, the Pyasa bird of Native American lore, the Mokalembembe of Congo Basin folklore, all describe massive reptilian creatures that share similarities with what we now know as dinosaurs. If humans never encountered living dinosaurs, why do so many separate cultures share these similar myths? One answer might lie in our universal human psychology. Carl Jung proposed the concept of the collective unconscious, suggesting that certain archetypes and symbols are hardwired into the human psyche, appearing across cultures without direct contact. Perhaps the dragon or giant reptile is one such archetype, emerging independently in cultures worldwide not because our ancestors saw actual dinosaurs, but because the human mind naturally creates these symbols. Another explanation brings us back to fossils. Every culture throughout history has encountered fossil remains. Without modern scientific context, finding massive bones embedded in rock would naturally inspire myths and legends. A Protoceratops skull found in the Gobi Desert might well have inspired Thales of the griffin, with its beak-like mouth and neck frill resembling a lion's mane. Perhaps dinosaur fossils similarly inspired ancient artists to create the petroglyphs that so puzzle us today. What remains truly unexplained, however, are those instances where the artistic depictions show anatomical details that shouldn't have been inferable from fossils alone. If ancient people were only working from bones, how did they know about skin textures, colors, or behaviors? And why do some petroglyphs appear to show humans and dinosaurs interacting, hunting together, or even riding the great beasts? These questions continue to puzzle both mainstream archaeologists and alternative researchers. What seems clear is that somewhere in these ancient images lies a profound mystery about human history and our understanding of the prehistoric world. Whether these petroglyphs truly depict dinosaurs or are simply misinterpreted primitive art remains one of archaeology's most persistent and fascinating debates. As we move from the realm of ancient art to ancient architecture, we encounter another mystery that challenges conventional understanding. While dinosaur petroglyphs challenge our timeline of natural history, our next mystery questions what we think we know about ancient human technological capabilities, specifically in one of the most studied ancient sites in the world, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Deep within the heart of the Great Pyramid of Giza lies a space unlike any other in this ancient wonder, a room archaeologists call the King's Chamber. While conventional Egyptology tells us this austere granite room was simply the pharaoh's burial chamber, a growing number of researchers believe it may have served a far more mysterious purpose, one tied to sound, energy, and perhaps even interdimensional communication. This is the King's Chamber resonance theory, and it challenges everything we thought we knew about ancient Egyptian technology. The first thing you notice when entering the King's Chamber is its perfect precision. The room is constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, some weighing as much as 70 tons, cut with such accuracy that you cannot slip even a credit card between them. The dimensions of the room are not random, measuring exactly 20 feet by 10 feet by 17 feet, creating perfect mathematical ratios that, as acoustic engineers have discovered, make the chamber a natural resonance chamber tuned to specific frequencies. In 1994, acoustic engineer Thomas Danley conducted a series of experiments inside the King's Chamber, discovering that the room strongly resonates at exactly 438 Hz, along with several harmonic frequencies. This is fascinating because 438 Hz sits very close to the musical note A, which has been considered a significant frequency across many ancient cultures. Some researchers believe this specific frequency can affect human consciousness in profound ways. But the acoustic properties are just the beginning of the mystery. The chamber's construction itself defies explanation. The granite used to build it was quarried in Aswan, more than 500 miles away, and each block was cut with incredible precision. Modern stonemasons using advanced tools would struggle to achieve this level of accuracy, yet somehow the ancient Egyptians managed it supposedly using only copper chisels and stone hammers. At least, that's what conventional archaeology tells us. Even more puzzling is the chamber's position within the pyramid. It sits precisely at 1/3 of the pyramid's height, surrounded by 5 layers of granite beams above it that form what Egyptologists call relieving chambers. Mainstream archaeologists suggest these were built to distribute the immense weight of the pyramid and prevent the King's Chamber from collapsing. But some engineers question this explanation, noting that the Greeks and Romans built enormous structures without such features. Why did the Egyptians feel the need to place 5 separate layers of massive granite beams above this particular room. The resonance theory offers an alternative explanation. These layers of granite, with small spaces between them, may have been designed to amplify certain frequencies, turning the entire chamber into something like a giant speaker or receiver. When specific tones are produced inside the chamber, the entire structure begins to vibrate, creating standing waves of energy that move through the pyramid's limestone body. This leads to one of the most controversial aspects of the King's Chamber mystery, the claim that it was never meant to be a tomb at all, but rather a sophisticated device for generating and harnessing energy. Proponents of this theory point out that no mummy or clear evidence of burial was ever found inside the chamber. When Napoleon's soldiers first entered the room in the early 19th century, they found only an empty granite box traditionally called the sarcophagus. This granite box, often called the coffer, presents its own set of mysteries. Like the chamber itself, it's cut with incredible precision from a single block of granite. Its interior dimensions aren't random but correspond to ancient measurement units called the sacred cubit. Strangely, the coffer is slightly too large to have been brought in through the chamber's entrance, suggesting it was placed there during construction. But why go to such trouble for a simple burial box? Acoustic researchers have discovered that the coffer itself resonates at exactly 117 Hz, a frequency that modern sound engineers recognize as having a profound effect on human consciousness. At this specific frequency, the right hemisphere of the human brain becomes more active, potentially inducing altered states of awareness. Was this coincidence, or did the ancient builders understand something about sound and consciousness that we're only now rediscovering? Some researchers go further, suggesting that the Great Pyramid itself was a form of technology, with the King's Chamber serving as its central processing unit. This theory gained unexpected support in 2018 when physicists from ITMO University in Russia and the Laserzentrum Hanover in Germany discovered that the Great Pyramid can concentrate electromagnetic energy in its internal chambers. Their research, published in the Journal of Applied Physics, used theoretical models to show that the pyramid can focus electromagnetic waves into the subterranean chamber and the King's Chamber. These discoveries have led to speculation that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed advanced knowledge of physics and energy manipulation that has been lost to time. Could the King's Chamber have been designed as an energy amplifier, capable of concentrating natural earth energies or even cosmic radiation? The granite used in its construction contains high amounts of quartz crystal, a material known for its piezoelectric properties, meaning it generates an electrical charge under pressure or vibration. The location of the Great Pyramid itself adds another layer to the mystery. It stands at the exact center of Earth's land mass and is aligned with remarkable precision to true north, with an error of less than 1/10 of a degree. This level of accuracy should have been impossible for a civilization supposedly limited to copper tools and rope measuring techniques. The pyramid's location at 30 degrees north latitude places it precisely where Earth's energy grid, as mapped by modern geophysicists, shows a major convergence point. In recent years, researchers using sensitive equipment have detected unusual energy phenomena inside the King's Chamber. During certain astronomical alignments, particularly the equinoxes and solstices, electromagnetic readings inside the chamber spike dramatically. Some visitors to the chamber report unusual sensations, including feelings of energy moving through their bodies, auditory hallucinations, and even profound spiritual experiences. One of the most intriguing aspects of the resonance theory involves the ancient Egyptian concept of the afterlife. Hieroglyphic texts describe the pharaoh's soul traveling to the stars after death, specifically to Orion's belt, which the Egyptians associated with Osiris, god of the afterlife. The three main Giza pyramids precisely mirror the alignment of these three stars. Could the King's Chamber have been designed as a device to assist in this spiritual journey, using specific resonant frequencies to help the pharaoh's consciousness reach the stars. This might sound like science fiction, but some quantum physicists have proposed theories suggesting consciousness may be able to exist independent of the physical brain, potentially capable of transferring to different states or even dimensions under certain conditions. If the ancient Egyptians understood this concept, the king's chamber might represent the world's oldest technology for consciousness manipulation. But there's another, even more radical theory about the king's chamber's purpose. Some researchers believe it may have been used for communication, possibly with distant civilizations or even non-human intelligences. The chamber's unique acoustic properties create what audio engineers call a zero point, a place where standing waves cancel each other out, creating a spot of perfect silence even when loud sounds are being produced nearby. This acoustic phenomenon, combined with the electromagnetic properties of the chamber, has led to speculation that it could have functioned as a sort of ancient telecommunications device. Skeptics rightfully point out that no written Egyptian records explicitly describe the Great Pyramid or King's Chamber being used for such technological purposes. But proponents counter that such knowledge may have been kept secret, reserved only for the highest initiates of ancient Egyptian mystery schools. They also note that many ancient Egyptian texts remain untranslated or were destroyed in events like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. What we do know is that the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge that continues to baffle modern experts. The precision of the king's chamber's construction, its perfect mathematical proportions, its strategic placement within the pyramid, and its unusual acoustic properties all suggest that whoever designed it understood principles of physics, mathematics, and engineering that go far beyond what conventional history credits to this ancient civilization. Whether the king's chamber was indeed some form of ancient technology or simply an extraordinarily well-designed tomb remains one of archaeology's most persistent mysteries. But as modern science continues to discover new properties of this ancient structure, it becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss the possibility that the chamber's true purpose was far more sophisticated than we've been led to believe. As we leave the resonating chambers of ancient Egypt, our journey through forbidden archaeology takes us to an even stranger mystery, one that challenges not just what we know about ancient technology, but what we think we know about the origins of humanity itself. In the deserts of modern-day Iraq, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of a civilization that seems to depict something impossible, beings that appear neither fully human nor fully reptilian. The year was 1919, and in the sun-baked plains of southern Iraq, archaeologists were uncovering the remains of one of humanity's oldest known civilizations. The Ubaid culture flourished between 6000 and 4000 BCE, predating even the Sumerians, who are traditionally credited with establishing the first true civilization. What these archaeologists discovered in the ancient settlement of Al-Ubaid would challenge our understanding of human origins and spawn countless theories about our distant past. Among broken pottery and stone tools lay dozens of small clay figurines, humanoid in form but with distinctly non-human features. These statuettes, now known as the Ubaid Lizardmen, depict beings with elongated heads, almond-shaped eyes, and most disturbingly, distinctly reptilian features. Some show scaly skin, others have what appear to be lizard-like snouts, and many feature a combination of reptilian and human characteristics that defy conventional explanation. The figurines range in size from just a few inches to nearly a foot tall, carefully crafted with remarkable attention to detail considering their age. Most depict females, often holding babies or children who share the same reptilian features, suggesting these weren't monsters or demons, but representations of family units. Some show the figures in everyday poses, sitting or holding objects, engaged in normal human activities despite their non-human appearance. When first discovered, archaeologists were puzzled but not immediately alarmed. Ancient cultures often created stylized representations of humans or mythological beings, and these could simply be another example of prehistoric artistic license. The official explanation became that these figurines represented gods or spirits important to Ubaid religion, perhaps ancestral deities who watched over the community. Some suggested they might be fertility symbols, explaining why so many depict mothers with children. But as more excavations yielded additional figurines from different Ubaid sites across Mesopotamia, the consistency of the reptilian features became harder to dismiss as mere coincidence or artistic style. These weren't crude or simplistic depictions, but carefully crafted representations showing the same specific non-human characteristics across hundreds of miles and spanning over 2,000 years of Ubaid culture. Why would separate communities across such vast distances maintain such specific and unusual artistic conventions for so long? The mystery deepened when archaeologists noted the precision with which these figurines were made. The Ubaid people clearly possessed the skill to create realistic human representations if they wanted to, as evidenced by other artifacts from the same period. Yet they deliberately chose to depict these beings with reptilian features. This wasn't a limitation of skill, but an intentional choice, suggesting these features were significant to how the Ubaid people saw themselves, or their rulers, or their gods. Most fascinating of all are the figurines showing adult reptilian beings holding or nursing babies with the same features. These intimate family scenes suggest that whatever these beings represented, they weren't seen as threatening or monstrous, but as nurturing and protective. Some figurines show what appear to be reptilian mothers teaching children skills or engaged in daily activities, presenting them as an integral part of Ubaid society. Mainstream archaeology has several explanations for these unusual artifacts. The most widely accepted is that they represent a form of head modification, a practice known in many ancient cultures where infant skulls were bound to create elongated shapes. This could explain the extended head seen on the figurines, though it doesn't address the distinctly reptilian features like scales and snouts. Others suggest the figurines depict humans wearing ceremonial masks or headdresses, perhaps as part of religious rituals or social status indicators. Some archaeologists propose that the figurines represent a cultural aesthetic ideal rather than literal beings, similar to how modern dolls often feature exaggerated proportions and stylized features. In this view, the reptilian characteristics might symbolize desirable traits like wisdom, long life, or fertility, qualities often associated with reptiles in ancient cultures worldwide. But there are those who find these conventional explanations unsatisfying, particularly when considering the broader context of similar reptilian imagery found in ancient cultures around the world. From the Naga serpent gods of India and Southeast Asia to the feathered serpent deity Quetzalcoatl of Mesoamerica, reptilian humanoids appear repeatedly in ancient art and mythology across continents that had no known contact with each other. This global pattern has led to more controversial theories about what, or who, these figurines might represent. One such theory proposes that the Ubaid figurines depict a race of advanced beings who interacted with early humans, possibly as rulers, teachers, or even genetic engineers. Proponents point to the consistent way these beings are portrayed not as gods ascending to heaven or engaging in supernatural acts, but as members of society performing everyday tasks. They're shown seated on chairs, holding tools, nursing children, all very mundane activities for supposedly divine beings. Some researchers connect the Ubaid figurines to ancient Sumerian texts that describe beings called the Anunnaki, who according to these texts came from the heavens to create and rule over humans. The Sumerians, who directly followed the Ubaid culture in Mesopotamia, wrote extensively about these beings and their influence on early human civilization. Could the Lizardmen figurines be representations of these same entities, preserved in clay from an even earlier period? Critics of this theory point out that there's no direct textual evidence from the Ubaid period to support such interpretations, as writing hadn't been invented yet. However, proponents counter that the figurines themselves are the evidence, a visual record preserved where written records couldn't exist. They argue that the technological achievements of early Mesopotamian civilizations, which seem to appear with remarkable suddenness and sophistication, might be connected to these strange beings represented in the figurines. Another controversial explanation involves the possibility that the Ubaid people encountered a now extinct human subspecies, or primate with unusual physical characteristics. Throughout human evolution, multiple hominid species coexisted, from Neanderthals to the more recently discovered Denisovans and Homo floresiensis. Could the figurines represent an as yet undiscovered human relative that survived late enough to interact with early agricultural societies? This theory faces significant scientific challenges, particularly the lack of fossil evidence for any reptilian humanoid species in the evolutionary record. However, the fossil record remains incomplete, with new discoveries constantly reshaping our understanding of human evolution. Some point to recent findings like Homo naledi in South Africa, unknown to science until 2015, as evidence that significant human-like species could remain undiscovered. Perhaps the most controversial theory connects the Ubaid figurines to modern reports of reptilian entities in UFO encounters and conspiracy theories. While mainstream archaeology firmly rejects such connections, the visual similarities between the ancient figurines and descriptions in modern accounts have fueled speculation about a continuous presence of these beings throughout human history. These theories often suggest that the reptilian features weren't symbolic but literal representations of actual entities that the Ubaid people encountered. What makes the Ubaid lizardmen particularly challenging to conventional archaeology is their appearance at the very dawn of civilization. The Ubaid period represents humanity's transition from nomadic hunter-gatherer societies to settled agricultural communities, the crucial shift that eventually led to cities, writing, and recorded history. Finding such unusual imagery at this pivotal moment raises profound questions about the influences that shaped early human societies. The location adds another layer of significance. Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, is widely recognized as the cradle of civilization, where humans first developed writing, mathematics, astronomy, and organized religion. If some non-human influence was present at this critical juncture in human development, it could have implications for how we understand the origins of civilization itself. Some researchers have noted interesting correlations between the physical features shown on the figurines and genetic conditions known today. Conditions like progeria, which causes premature aging and distinctive facial features, or various forms of ectodermal dysplasia, which can affect the development of skin, hair, and facial structures, can create appearances somewhat reminiscent of the Ubaid figures. Could these statues represent individuals with rare genetic conditions who were perhaps venerated for their unusual appearance? Another possibility is that the figurines represent beings from Ubaid mythology, similar to how modern cultures might depict angels, demons, or other supernatural entities. The problem with this explanation is that the figures aren't shown with wings, halos, or other typical indicators of divine or supernatural status in ancient art. Instead, they're portrayed engaged in normal human activities, suggesting they were seen as physically present beings rather than spiritual entities. What we do know is that the Ubaid culture was remarkably sophisticated for its time. They created some of the world's first planned settlements with complex irrigation systems, temples, and social hierarchies. They developed advanced pottery techniques and traded materials across vast distances. Such achievements suggest a people with significant intellectual capabilities and organized social structures. Whatever these figurines represented, they were created by a culture at the cutting edge of human development for their era. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Ubaid lizardmen is how they challenge our linear view of human development and identity. We tend to think of human history as a straightforward progression from primitive to advanced, with our species at the center of the story. These ancient artifacts hint at a more complex narrative, one where the lines between human and non-human, history and mythology, known and unknown, may be more blurred than conventional science acknowledges. As we continue our journey through forbidden archaeology, we move from the mysterious figurines of ancient Mesopotamia to another site that challenges conventional explanations, a place where evidence of advanced ancient technology seems to have been literally carved in stone. In the shadow of Egypt's most famous pyramids lies a lesser-known structure that bears markings that should not be possible according to mainstream history. Just a few miles north of the Great Pyramids of Giza, sitting in the shadow of these famous monuments, lies a lesser-known but equally mysterious ancient site, Abu Ghurab. Often called the Lost City of the Sun, this crumbling temple complex was built during Egypt's 5th dynasty around 4,600 years ago, dedicated to the sun god Ra. But beneath the conventional archaeological narrative lies something far stranger, physical evidence, that appears to show advanced machining technology in use thousands of years before such capabilities supposedly existed. The most puzzling features at Abu Ghurab are found in the temple's courtyard, where massive alabaster blocks bear unmistakable marks of what appear to be precision drilling. These are not crude holes or simple depressions, but perfectly formed cylindrical cores with spiral grooves running along their sides. The precision is astonishing, with perfectly straight holes bored through incredibly hard stone, some extending several inches deep with consistent diameter throughout. Conventional Egyptology suggests these holes were created using copper tubes combined with abrasive sand, rotated by hand to slowly wear away the stone. This technique, involving primitive drills powered by bowstrings or manual rotation, is the only method mainstream archaeologists believe was available to ancient Egyptians. But a growing number of engineers and material scientists who have examined these drill marks firsthand find this explanation deeply unsatisfying. The spiral grooves visible inside these ancient drill holes are particularly telling. Engineer Christopher Dunn, who has studied these marks extensively, points out that they display characteristics identical to modern machine drilling, including consistent feed rate and rotational speed. The spiral pattern shows a regular pitch of about 1/10 of an inch per revolution, something nearly impossible to maintain with manual drilling over such depths. Even more puzzling is that these spirals maintain the same perfect pitch, even when drilling through different densities of stone, something that would naturally cause variations in manual drilling. What's more, microscopic analysis of these drill holes reveals they were created with tremendous precision, maintaining diameter tolerances within a few thousandths of an inch throughout their entire depth. This level of accuracy would be challenging even with modern power tools. How could ancient Egyptians achieve such results using copper tubes and sand? The hardness of the stone itself presents another problem for conventional explanations. Alabaster registers between 3 and 4 on the Mohs scale of mineral hardness, while copper, the metal supposedly used to drill it, ranks only around 3. In other words, the material of the drill was softer than the material being drilled, a situation that defies basic principles of machining. Modern engineers know that cutting tools must be harder than the materials they cut, yet somehow the ancient Egyptians were apparently able to overcome this fundamental limitation. Some of the most compelling evidence comes from core samples found at Abu Ghurab and other Egyptian sites, the cylindrical plugs of stone removed during the drilling process. These cores show continuous spiral grooves along their entire length, with no variation in cutting depth or rate. Engineers familiar with modern drilling processes immediately recognize these marks as consistent with machine-powered tools rather than manual operations. The pressure needed to maintain such consistent cutting would be virtually impossible to achieve by hand, especially over the extended periods required to bore through hard stone. Perhaps most telling are the instances where ancient drills appear to have slipped or skidded across the stone surface before catching and beginning to cut. These marks, visible on several blocks at Abu Ghurab, show characteristics identical to what happens when modern high-speed drills first contact a hard surface. The skid marks narrow to a point precisely where the drill bit finally bit into the stone and began its boring operation, exactly as would occur with a powered drill spinning at high velocity. Christopher Dunn and other researchers have conducted experiments attempting to replicate these ancient drill holes using methods supposedly available to ancient Egyptians. Despite their best efforts using copper tubes and abrasive sand, they were unable to produce results matching the precision, depth, and consistent spiral patterns seen at Abu Ghurab. The experimental holes showed irregular cutting patterns, variations in diameter, and none of the clean, consistent spiral grooves found in the ancient examples. Another puzzling aspect is the sheer number of these precision holes found throughout Egyptian monuments. At Abu Ghurab alone, hundreds of drill holes pepper the massive alabaster blocks, often arranged in regular patterns. Similar drilling is found at numerous other sites across Egypt, including the Valley Temple near the Sphinx, where enormous granite blocks show identical machining marks. The labor involved in creating so many precise holes using primitive methods would have been staggering, requiring thousands of man-hours and countless replacement drills as the soft copper wore away against the harder stone. Conventional archaeology has few satisfying answers to these questions. Some Egyptologists suggest that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed more sophisticated hand drilling techniques than we currently understand, perhaps using specialized tools that have not survived in the archaeological record. Others propose that with enough time, patience, and skilled labor, results approximating machine precision might be achievable, especially given the Egyptians' apparent obsession with perfection in their monumental architecture. But these explanations fail to address the specific technical characteristics of the drill marks, which multiple engineers have identified as consistent with powered machinery. The regular feed rate, consistent cutting depth, and perfect spiral patterns strongly suggest rotational speeds and pressure control far beyond what human hands could maintain, especially over extended periods of drilling through hard stone. This has led some researchers to propose more controversial explanations. Could the ancient Egyptians have possessed advanced technology that has been lost to history? Several ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and carvings depict what appear to be sophisticated devices, including what some interpret as electrical lighting systems in the Temple of Dendera and objects resembling modern tools in various tomb paintings. If such technology existed, it might explain the precision machining evident at Abu Ghurab. Others suggest that the advanced drilling might be evidence of an earlier, technologically sophisticated civilization that predated dynastic Egypt. This theory proposes that sites like Abu Ghurab and other precisely machined monuments might be much older than conventionally believed, perhaps remnants of a lost civilization whose technology was later imitated, but not fully understood by the ancient Egyptians were familiar with from historical records. Some researchers connect these precision drill marks to similar unexplained technological achievements found worldwide, including the perfectly fitted polygonal stones at Puma Punku in Bolivia, the massive precision cut blocks at Baalbek in Lebanon, and the mysterious underground structures at Sacsayhuaman in Peru. All feature stonework that appears to have been machined with technology that shouldn't have existed in ancient times, suggesting either independent development of advanced techniques or some shared source of knowledge spanning continents. The implications of such theories are profound, potentially requiring a complete rewriting of human technological history. If ancient civilizations possessed the capability to precision drill hard stone with machine-like accuracy, what other advanced technologies might they have had? And why is there so little evidence of the supporting infrastructure that would have been needed to create and maintain such machinery? Critics of these alternative theories point out that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and while the drill holes themselves are certainly puzzling, they alone don't prove the existence of advanced ancient technology. They suggest that further research into ancient Egyptian craftsmanship may eventually reveal techniques capable of producing such results without invoking lost technology or ancient advanced civilizations. What's undeniable is that the physical evidence at Abu Ghurab presents a genuine archaeological mystery. The precision drill holes exist. Their characteristics can be measured and analyzed using modern scientific methods, and they continue to defy straightforward explanation using the tools and techniques conventionally attributed to ancient Egyptians. Perhaps most intriguing is why mainstream archaeology has largely ignored or dismissed these anomalies. While countless books and research papers have been written about Egyptian art, religion, and cultural practices, relatively little academic attention has been paid to these physical signs of advanced manufacturing capabilities. Is this simply because they don't fit neatly into the established narrative of gradual technological development? Or is there a deeper resistance to questioning fundamental assumptions about ancient capabilities? As we stand in the shadow of Abu Ghurab today, running our fingers along these perfect ancient drill holes, we're faced with a choice. Do we accept that there are aspects of our ancient past that we still don't fully understand? Or do we cling to explanations that feel increasingly inadequate when confronted with the physical evidence? Either way, these silent witnesses carved in stone continue to challenge our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world, and perhaps hint at chapters of human technological history that remain to be rediscovered. Hidden away in the Bolivian highlands, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, lies one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. Puma Punku stands as a silent testament to something that, according to conventional history, should not exist. Part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, these ancient ruins consist of megalithic stones scattered across the landscape like toys discarded by a giant child. But make no mistake, there is nothing childish or primitive about Puma Punku. In fact, the precision and complexity found here continue to baffle experts to this day. What makes Puma Punku truly extraordinary isn't just its age, estimated to be around 1,500 years old. It's not even the massive size of the stones, though some weigh up to 800 tons, heavier than many modern construction cranes can lift. No, what truly sets Puma Punku apart is the inexplicable precision with which these stones were cut. We're talking about blocks of andesite and granite, some of the hardest materials on Earth, carved with such accuracy that modern engineers struggle to explain how it was accomplished. Imagine stone blocks cut with perfect right angles. Imagine H-shaped blocks with complex internal geometries. Imagine precision-drilled holes and perfectly straight channels running through solid rock. Now imagine all of this being done without steel tools, without measuring devices, without power equipment. According to mainstream history, the builders of Puma Punku had only primitive stone and copper tools at their disposal. Yet the evidence before our eyes suggests something far more advanced. Some of the stonework at Puma Punku displays cuts so precise that the margin of error is less than 1/50th of an inch. Let that sink in for a moment. Even with today's technology, achieving this level of precision in hard stone requires specialized equipment and skilled operators. Yet somehow, a civilization that supposedly lacked even basic metal tools managed to create these architectural marvels. The mystery deepens when we examine the H-blocks, perhaps the most iconic structures at Puma Punku. These massive stones feature complex recesses, protrusions, and channels that interlock with other blocks in an elaborate three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The internal angles are perfect. The cuts are clean and precise. Some stones feature small drill holes just 7 millimeters in diameter that penetrate deep into the rock. How were these holes drilled without steel or diamond-tipped tools? How were these complex shapes created with such mathematical precision? Mainstream archaeologists have proposed various theories to explain these anomalies. Some suggest that the ancient builders used sand and water as abrasives, slowly wearing away the stone through repetitive motion. Others believe that they might have used obsidian tools, which can be quite sharp, but are also extremely brittle. But these explanations fall short when confronted with the reality of the site. The sheer scale of the project, combined with the hardness of the stone and the precision of the cuts, makes conventional explanations seem increasingly inadequate. Then there's the question of transportation. Many of the stones at Puma Punku weren't quarried locally. They were transported from quarries over 40 miles away. Remember, we're talking about blocks that weigh hundreds of tons, moved across mountainous terrain without the benefit of wheels, as the wheel wasn't widely used in pre-Columbian South America. How did they move these massive stones? And once they arrived, how were they lifted and placed with such precision? Some researchers have pointed out that the precision and complexity of Puma Punku's stonework bear an uncanny resemblance to modern machined objects. The cuts are so clean, the edges so sharp, the angles so perfect that they appear to have been made with equipment that, according to our understanding of history, simply shouldn't have existed in that time and place. This has led to alternative theories about Puma Punku's origins. Some suggest that the site is much older than conventionally believed, possibly dating back to a lost civilization with advanced technology. Others propose that the builders might have had access to knowledge or techniques that have since been lost to time. And yes, there are those who speculate about extraterrestrial involvement, though such theories remain firmly outside mainstream archaeological discourse. What's particularly fascinating about Puma Punku is that it appears to have been constructed using modular principles, blocks designed to fit together in specific ways, almost like a prefabricated building system. This suggests not only advanced stoneworking techniques, but also sophisticated planning and design capabilities. The builders weren't just carving stones. They were creating components of a larger architectural system, each piece designed to fulfill a specific function within the whole. Adding to the mystery is the fact that Puma Punku appears to have been violently destroyed in the distant past. Many of the stone blocks are cracked or broken in ways that suggest a sudden, catastrophic event rather than gradual decay. What force could have been powerful enough to shatter these massive stones? Was it an earthquake, as some archaeologists suggest, or something else entirely? The site's high altitude poses another question. At nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, Puma Punku sits in a harsh environment with thin air and extreme temperature fluctuations. Why build such an elaborate complex in such an inhospitable location? What purpose did it serve that justified the immense effort required to create it? Some researchers believe that Puma Punku was a port, despite being landlocked today. They point to evidence suggesting that the shoreline of nearby Lake Titicaca might have extended much closer to the site in ancient times. If true, this would mean that Puma Punku served as a dock for vessels traveling on the lake. But this explanation only deepens the mystery, as it would mean the site is far older than currently believed, dating back to a time when the lake's water levels were much higher. As we continue to study Puma Punku, new technologies are revealing even more impressive aspects of the site. Laser scanning and 3D modeling have shown that many of the stone blocks were designed with such precision that they would have fit together perfectly, creating structures that could withstand the region's frequent earthquakes. This suggests not only advanced stoneworking techniques, but also sophisticated engineering knowledge. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Puma Punku is what it implies about our understanding of human history. If a civilization 1,500 years ago could create such precision stonework without modern tools, what does that say about their capabilities? What knowledge might they have possessed that we've since forgotten? And how many other sites around the world contain similar anomalies that challenge our conventional understanding of the past? The stones of Puma Punku stand as a monument to human ingenuity and a challenge to archaeological orthodoxy. They remind us that perhaps our ancestors were more sophisticated, more innovative, and more technologically advanced than we've given them credit for. As we continue to study these ancient ruins, we may need to rewrite not just the history of South America, but our understanding of what ancient civilizations were capable of achieving. Until we can fully explain how these stones were cut, transported, and assembled with such precision, Puma Punku will remain one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries, a puzzle from the past that continues to defy our modern understanding of ancient capabilities. In the summer of 1936, a couple by the name of Max and Emma Hahn made a discovery that would challenge the very foundations of archaeological understanding. While walking along Red Creek near London, Texas, they noticed an unusual rock with a piece of wood protruding from it. The object might have been overlooked by most, but curiosity got the better of them. What they had found appeared to be a simple hammer, a wooden handle encased in a stone concretion. But this seemingly ordinary tool would become one of the most controversial artifacts in the history of archaeology. What makes the London hammer so extraordinary isn't its appearance, but its supposed age. According to conventional analysis, the hammer was encased in a rock formation dating back more than 400 million years to the Ordovician period. If true, this would place the hammer in a time when, according to our understanding of history, humans didn't exist. Not just humans as we know them today, but any form of hominid. We're talking about a time when the most advanced life forms on Earth were primitive sea creatures, long before dinosaurs, mammals, or anything remotely resembling humanity had evolved. The hammer itself appears surprisingly modern in its construction. It features a wooden handle that has partially turned to coal, a process that typically takes millions of years of pressure and mineralization. The metal head has been described as being made of iron, with an unusual composition that includes 96.6% iron, 2.6% chlorine, and 0.5% sulfur. Remarkably, despite its apparent age, the metal shows no signs of rust or oxidation. Instead, it's surrounded by a thin layer of what has been described as a protective coating of iron oxide, almost as if it had been engineered to resist corrosion. When examined under a microscope, the metal of the hammerhead reportedly revealed something even more puzzling: a crystalline structure more commonly associated with cast iron, a material that requires smelting at high temperatures. This would mean that whoever created this hammer had knowledge of metallurgy and the ability to create controlled, high-temperature fires, technologies that, according to conventional archaeological timelines, wouldn't be developed until millions of years later. The rock encasing the hammer has been identified as belonging to the Lower Cretaceous Hensel Sand Formation, which is part of the Trinity Group. This would date the rock to approximately 400 million years ago. The process of concretion, where loose sediments cement around an object, can happen relatively quickly under the right conditions, but for a man-made object to be found in rocks from this period defies everything we think we know about human evolution. Mainstream archaeologists and geologists have proposed several explanations for this anomaly. The most widely accepted theory is that the hammer is indeed a relatively modern tool, perhaps from the 19th century, that was dropped or lost and later became encased in a concretion. This process, they argue, can occur much more rapidly than commonly believed, especially in certain mineral-rich environments. The hammer, according to this theory, simply fell into a crevice or was buried in sediment that later hardened around it, creating the appearance of an ancient artifact. Other scientists have pointed out that without proper stratigraphic analysis, a detailed study of the exact location and position of the artifact within the rock layers, it's impossible to definitively date the hammer based solely on the surrounding stone. Since the hammer was discovered already partially exposed, rather than being excavated by archaeologists, its true context within the geological layers remains uncertain. But these explanations don't satisfy everyone. Alternative researchers and advocates of what's often called forbidden archaeology point to the London hammer as evidence that the conventional timeline of human evolution might be flawed. They argue that the hammer's composition, particularly the unusual purity of the iron and the apparent protective coating, suggests a level of technological sophistication that doesn't align with conventional historical narratives. Some have gone even further, suggesting that the London hammer might be evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization that existed millions of years before our current historical records. Others propose more exotic theories, including the idea that the hammer might be an artifact from a parallel evolution of humanity, or even of extraterrestrial origin. These theories, while fascinating, remain far outside the consensus of mainstream archaeological thought. What makes the London hammer particularly intriguing is that it's not alone. It belongs to a category of artifacts often referred to as uparts, out-of-place artifacts, objects that seem to contradict our understanding of history, technological development, or human evolution. From the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer, to the Baghdad battery, a clay jar that may have been capable of generating electric current, these anomalies challenge us to reconsider what we think we know about our past. The hammer itself is currently housed in the Creation Evidence Museum in Glen Rose, Texas. This museum, it should be noted, was founded by Carl Baugh, a controversial figure who advocates for a young Earth creationist viewpoint. This association has led many mainstream scientists to dismiss the London hammer as a curiosity at best, or a deliberate misrepresentation at worst. They point out that the museum has a vested interest in presenting the hammer as evidence against conventional evolutionary timelines. But regardless of one's position on the age of the Earth or human evolution, the London hammer presents a genuine archaeological puzzle. If it is indeed millions of years old, it would revolutionize our understanding of human history. If it's not, then how do we explain its unusual composition and the coalification of its wooden handle? Why does the metal show such remarkable resistance to corrosion, and how did it become so perfectly encased in stone? One of the most frustrating aspects of the London hammer mystery is the lack of comprehensive scientific analysis. While various tests have been conducted over the years, a full, peer-reviewed study using modern dating techniques and materials analysis could provide more definitive answers. Unfortunately, such a study has yet to be undertaken, leaving us with more questions than answers. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of artifacts like the London hammer is not what they definitively prove, but what they compel us to question. They remind us that archaeology is not a completed science with all the answers neatly cataloged and explained. It's an ongoing investigation into our past, where new discoveries can challenge established theories and force us to reconsider our assumptions. Whether the London hammer is truly a remnant of some unknown ancient civilization, a 19th century tool that became rapidly mineralized, or something else entirely, it stands as a symbol of the mysteries that still lurk within our planet's history. It reminds us that beneath the surface of what we think we know lies a world of possibilities, yet to be explored, understood, and explained. And in that uncertainty lies the true excitement of archaeological discovery, the knowledge that our past may contain surprises we have yet to uncover. Deep in the heart of Egypt, nestled among the vast treasures of Saqqara, an ancient burial ground serving the ancient capital of Memphis, archaeologists discovered something truly extraordinary. In 1928, during an excavation of the Padi Amen tomb, they unearthed a small, unassuming wooden object. At first glance, it might have been dismissed as just another artifact among thousands, but its distinctive shape immediately caught attention. This object, carbon dated to approximately 2,300 years ago, would come to be known as the Saqqara bird, and it would spark one of the most intriguing debates in archaeological circles. The artifact itself is deceptively simple, a piece of sycamore wood just over 7 inches long, with a wingspan of just over 7 inches. It weighs barely 1 ounce. Its shape is undeniably bird-like, with outstretched wings, a vertical tail, and a carefully carved head that some researchers have likened to a falcon or other bird of prey. But unlike most ancient Egyptian bird representations, which typically show birds with wings parallel to the body, the Saqqara bird's wings are fixed in a unique position, extended outward and slightly curved, creating an airfoil-like shape. And here's where the mystery begins. To modern eyes, the Saqqara bird bears an uncanny resemblance not just to a bird, but to something far more advanced, an airplane or glider. The wings display a subtle dihedral angle. They're slightly raised from the horizontal, a feature found in modern aircraft designed to improve lateral stability. The tail is not splayed like a bird's tail in flight, but stands vertically, much like the stabilizer on an aircraft. There are even markings on the front that some interpret as representing a cockpit or pilot's seat. These features have led some researchers to propose a startling theory. Could the Saqqara bird be more than a simple representation of a bird? Could it actually be a model of a human-made flying device, created in ancient Egypt thousands of years before the Wright brothers took to the skis at Kitty Hawk? This provocative hypothesis gained momentum when, in the 1970s, Egyptian Dr. Kalo Messiha built a scaled-up model of the Saqqara bird, added a stabilizing tail, and found that it could indeed glide effectively. Other replicas have similarly demonstrated aerodynamic properties consistent with modern glider designs. In 2006, Simon Sanderson conducted experiments for a BBC documentary that suggested the design could indeed be aerodynamically sound if scaled up. These findings raise profound questions. If the Saqqara bird was indeed a model of a flying machine, it would mean that ancient Egyptians had knowledge of aerodynamics and possibly even attempted human flight more than 2,000 years before such concepts were supposedly developed. This would fundamentally alter our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. Proponents of this theory point to other tantalizing clues in Egyptian culture. Hieroglyphs and temple carvings occasionally depict objects that some interpret as aircraft-like devices. There are ancient Egyptian texts that speak of the pharaohs flying and traveling through the air, typically interpreted metaphorically, but perhaps deserving of a more literal reading. And the famous helicopter hieroglyphs at the Temple of Seti I in Abydos, though widely explained as the result of recarving and overlapping symbols, continue to fuel speculation about advanced ancient technologies. The orthodox archaeological position, however, is far more conservative. Most Egyptologists maintain that the Saqqara bird was simply a ceremonial object, perhaps a weather vane, or most likely a toy or religious item representing the soul of the deceased. They point out that birds held immense symbolic significance in ancient Egyptian culture, particularly in funerary contexts. The falcon, sacred to the god Horus, was especially important, and stylized bird representations are common throughout Egyptian art. Critics of the ancient aircraft theory note that while the Saqqara bird may have aerodynamic properties, so do many bird-shaped objects. They argue that any resemblance to modern aircraft is coincidental, or the result of our modern perspective influencing how we interpret ancient artifacts. Furthermore, they point out that the artifact lacks critical components that would be necessary for a true flying model, such as a proper horizontal stabilizer. There's also the question of context. The Saqqara bird was found alongside other bird figurines in a tomb filled with models intended to serve the deceased in the afterlife. These included model boats, granaries, and servant figures, all common items in Egyptian burials. In this context, a stylized bird figure would not be out of place, while a model of a flying machine would be unprecedented. Yet the debate continues, fueled by our fascination with the possibility that ancient civilizations might have been more technologically advanced than we've traditionally believed. The The Saqqara bird sits at the intersection of archaeology, aerodynamics, and our enduring human fascination with flight. What makes this artifact particularly compelling is that, unlike many controversial archaeological objects, the Saqqara bird's authenticity is not in question. It is undeniably ancient Egyptian, carefully preserved at the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities in Cairo. Its existence is not disputed, only its purpose and significance. This distinction is important because it forces us to confront a fundamental question. Are we underestimating the technological knowledge and capabilities of ancient civilizations? Throughout history, we've repeatedly discovered that our ancestors were more sophisticated than previously thought. From the astronomical alignments of Stonehenge to the complex machinery of the Antikythera mechanism, evidence continually emerges that ancient peoples possessed scientific understanding far beyond what was once assumed. The Saqqara bird need not be a literal model airplane to challenge our perceptions. Even if it was intended purely as a religious symbol or toy, its aerodynamic properties might suggest that ancient Egyptians had observed and understood certain principles of flight, perhaps by studying birds or experimenting with objects in wind. Such knowledge might not have led to human flight in ancient times, but could still represent a level of scientific observation more advanced than typically attributed to ancient civilizations. Some researchers have proposed a middle ground. Perhaps the Saqqara bird represents an actual glider or kite that was used in ancient Egypt, not for human transport but for ceremonial or practical purposes. Kites have been used in China since at least the 5th century BCE, and the technology could conceivably have spread to or been independently developed in Egypt. Such devices might have held religious significance, perhaps related to concepts of the soul ascending to the heavens. The mystery deepens when we consider that the Saqqara bird is not entirely unique. Similar wooden bird models have been found at other Egyptian sites, though none with quite the same aerodynamic features. Was this a one-off creation by a particularly observant or innovative artisan, or evidence of a broader understanding that has largely been lost to history? Perhaps most intriguing is what the debate over the Saqqara bird reveals about archaeological interpretation itself. How much does our modern perspective influence how we see the past? Are we projecting our own technological achievements onto ancient artifacts? Or are we sometimes too quick to dismiss evidence that doesn't fit our established narrative of historical technological development? The Saqqara bird reminds us that archaeology is not just about uncovering objects, but about interpreting their meaning and significance. And in that interpretation lies a fascinating tension between what we think we know about the past and what these ancient objects might actually be telling us. Regardless of whether the Saqqara bird was a religious symbol, a child's toy, or a model of something more technologically advanced, it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and craftsmanship of ancient Egyptian civilization. It continues to captivate our imagination, challenging us to reconsider what might have been possible in a world long before our own. And perhaps that's the true value of artifacts like the Saqqara bird. They keep us questioning, wondering, and marveling at the achievements of our ancestors, reminding us that the story of human innovation and discovery is far older and more complex than we might imagine. High in the Bolivian Altiplano, near the shores of the mystical Lake Titicaca, a discovery was made in 1958 that would perplex archaeologists for decades to come. A local farmer, working the earth near the small town of Chua, unearthed a large stone bowl unlike anything typically found in the region. Roughly 21 inches across and resembling an oversized baptismal font, the bowl was intricately decorated with zoomorphic figures, animal-like creatures carved in relief around its outer surface. But it wasn't just these carvings that made the artifact extraordinary. Covering much of the interior surface was something that should not have been there at all: script. Ancient writing that appeared to be neither native to the Americas nor from any civilization known to have reached South America before European contact. This artifact, now known as the Fuente Magna bowl, has become one of archaeology's most controversial mysteries. The writing, according to multiple independent scholars who have examined it, bears an unmistakable resemblance to Sumerian cuneiform and Proto-Sumerian symbols, scripts that originated in Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization in what is now modern-day Iraq, over 5,000 years ago. Some researchers have even identified what appears to be a second script on the bowl, possibly an early form of Semitic writing. The implications of this discovery are staggering. Conventional archaeological wisdom holds that there was no contact between the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Americas. The accepted timeline of human migration and cultural diffusion simply doesn't allow for it. If the Fuente Magna bowl is genuine and has been correctly identified, it would suggest a connection that spans not just oceans but millennia, a link between the earliest urban civilizations of the Middle East and the pre-Columbian cultures of South America. The bowl itself is made of andesite, a hard igneous rock common to the Andes region. Its size and shape suggest it may have been used for ceremonial purposes, perhaps for ritual washing or as a container for sacred offerings. The zoomorphic figures carved around its exterior, which appear to represent local Andean animals, seem consistent with indigenous South American artistic traditions. But the writing tells another story entirely. When Bolivian archaeologist Max Portugal Zamora first attempted to decipher the markings, he was baffled. The script resembled nothing known from pre-Columbian America. It wasn't until the artifact came to the attention of Bernardo Baiados, an expert in ancient Middle Eastern languages, that its true nature began to emerge. Baiados made the shocking claim that the script was Sumerian cuneiform, one of the world's earliest writing systems. This identification was later supported by Dr. Clyde Winters, who published a translation suggesting the text contained instructions for performing a cleansing ritual honoring the Sumerian water goddess Nia. According to Winters' controversial translation, the bowl contains phrases like "approach in the future," and with joy and references to the Great Template and Brilliant Temple. Other researchers have identified what they believe to be Proto-Sinaitic script on the bowl, an early Semitic writing system that evolved from Egyptian hieroglyphs around 4,000 years ago. If accurate, this would suggest the bowl contains not just one but two ancient writing systems, neither of which should be present in pre-Columbian South America. The orthodox archaeological response to the Fuente Magna bowl has been predominantly skeptical. Many mainstream archaeologists dismiss it as a hoax or a misidentification, pointing out that the bowl lacks proper archaeological context. It wasn't discovered during a controlled excavation, but was found by chance, meaning we have limited information about its stratigraphic position, associated artifacts, or even its exact location. Critics also note that the style of writing on the bowl doesn't precisely match any known examples of Sumerian or Proto-Sinaitic script. The characters, while similar, show variations and inconsistencies that might suggest they were copied by someone with limited understanding of the original writing systems, perhaps even in modern times. Yet the bowl has its defenders, who point to several factors that complicate dismissing it as a simple hoax. First, there's the question of motive and opportunity. In 1958, when the bowl was reportedly discovered, knowledge of ancient Sumerian was relatively limited outside specialized academic circles. Bolivia, remote and far from centers of archaeological study, would seem an unlikely place for someone to have both the knowledge and incentive to create such an elaborate fake. Then there's the bowl itself, a substantial stone artifact weighing over 20 pounds, carved from andesite, a notoriously hard material to work with. Creating such an object would require considerable skill and effort, raising questions about who would go to such lengths and why. Defenders of the bowl's authenticity have proposed various theories to explain its existence. Some suggest ancient transoceanic contact between Mesopotamia and South America, perhaps via seafaring civilizations like the Phoenicians, who were known to be accomplished sailors. Others propose more controversial ideas involving lost civilizations or even extraterrestrial intervention, theories that find little support in mainstream archaeology, but that capture the public imagination. A more moderate hypothesis suggests that the bowl might represent evidence of indirect cultural diffusion, knowledge, symbols, and perhaps religious concepts traveling gradually across continents through a series of intermediary cultures. This wouldn't necessarily require direct contact between Sumerians and Andean civilizations, but could explain the presence of Middle Eastern elements in South American contexts. What makes the Fuente Magna bowl particularly interesting is its similarity to another controversial artifact, the Cahokia monolith. Also discovered near Lake Titicaca, this statue likewise features what appears to be Sumerian cuneiform inscriptions. Together, these artifacts have led some researchers to propose the existence of a Sumerian colony in ancient Bolivia, a speculative theory that remains far outside mainstream archaeological thinking, but that refuses to fade away entirely. The region around Lake Titicaca is itself no stranger to archaeological mysteries. The nearby site of Tiwanaku contains megaliths and precision stonework that continue to puzzle researchers. Some of the engineering feats accomplished at Tiwanaku, including the precise cutting and fitting of massive stone blocks, have drawn comparisons to similar achievements in the ancient Middle East. Could there be a connection, however indirect? Lake Titicaca holds additional secrets that tantalize alternative researchers. Local legends speak of sunken cities beneath its waters, and underwater archaeological explorations have indeed revealed submerged structures and artifacts. The lake's shores are dotted with enigmatic sites that suggest a complex history still not fully understood by archaeology. What complicates the story of the Fuente Magna bowl is the difficulty in studying it according to rigorous archaeological standards. The bowl is currently housed in the Mohenjo-Daro in La Paz, Bolivia, but comprehensive scientific analysis using modern techniques, including precise dating methods, material composition studies, and microscopic examination of tool marks, has been limited. Without such analysis, definitive conclusions remain elusive. Those who study controversial artifacts like the Fuente Magna bowl often point to historical precedents where objects initially dismissed as anomalies or hoaxes were later vindicated by further research. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer, was considered impossible until modern technology allowed us to understand its complexity. The historical reality of Troy was doubted until Heinrich Schliemann's excavations proved its existence. Could the Fuente Magna bowl represent another such case, an authentic artifact that challenges our current understanding of ancient cultural connections? Or is it indeed a modern creation, designed to perplex and mislead? Without further scientific study, the bowl remains in archaeological limbo, neither fully accepted nor completely dismissed, but continuing to raise fascinating questions about our ancient past. What's certain is that the Fuente Magna bowl serves as a powerful reminder of how much we still have to learn about ancient history. Whether it represents evidence of forgotten connections between distant civilizations or simply a curious anomaly, it challenges us to keep questioning, researching, and exploring the rich tapestry of human history. In the high mountains of Bolivia, beside the sacred waters of Lake Titicaca, this enigmatic stone vessel continues to guard its secrets, waiting for science to unravel its true story. Hidden within the dense jungles of Costa Rica lies one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. Hundreds of perfectly carved stone spheres, scattered across the Diquis Delta and Isla del Caño. These aren't just rough-hewn boulders or natural formations. They're nearly perfect spheres, some as small as a baseball, others towering over 6 feet tall and weighing up to 16 tons. Their surfaces polished to an impossible smoothness, as if crafted by modern machinery rather than ancient hands. But here's the thing, These spheres were created long before the Spanish arrived in the Americas, potentially dating back to 600 CE or even earlier. The question that haunts archaeologists isn't just who made them, but how and, perhaps most importantly, why. When the United Fruit Company began clearing land for banana plantations in the 1930s, workers stumbled upon these mysterious orbs. At first, they were seen as little more than curiosities. Local legends claimed the spheres contained gold, leading many to be destroyed as treasure hunters drilled into them or even used dynamite to crack them open. By the time archaeologists recognized their significance, dozens had already been lost, moved from their original positions, or damaged beyond repair. What might have been one of the most important archaeological discoveries in the Americas was nearly erased before it could be properly studied. The craftsmanship of these spheres defies explanation. Using only stone tools, ancient artisans somehow managed to shape massive boulders of granodiorite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, into nearly perfect geometric spheres. The precision is baffling. Many have been measured to be within just a few millimeters of perfect roundness. Even with modern technology, creating such perfect spheres from stone would be challenging. Yet somehow, a pre-Columbian civilization without metal tools, without measuring instruments, without even a written language that we know of, created hundreds of these mathematical marvels. Some theories suggest that the stones were rough-shaped through a process called percussion flacking, then ground and polished over time. But the amount of labor involved would have been staggering. To achieve such precision would have required thousands of hours of continuous work. And for what purpose? Why would an ancient society devote so much time and effort to creating these perfect spheres? That's where the mystery deepens. Unlike many ancient monuments or artifacts, the stone spheres don't seem to have an obvious purpose. They aren't burial markers. They don't appear to be religious icons. They aren't practical tools. So what were they? Some archaeologists believe they may have been status symbols, demonstrations of power by local chieftains. The larger and more perfect the sphere, the greater the prestige of the leader who commissioned it. Others think they may have had astronomical significance. When mapped from above, some of the original sphere placements seem to align with celestial bodies or seasonal events like solstices and equinoxes. Could they have been a primitive form of observatory, marking the movements of the heavens? If so, it would suggest a level of astronomical knowledge far beyond what we typically attribute to pre-Columbian cultures in this region. There's also the possibility that the spheres formed a kind of map, either of terrestrial locations or perhaps even of constellations. Some researchers have noted patterns in their arrangement that seem too deliberate to be random. But without written records from the creators, these theories remain speculative at best. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the stone spheres is their distribution. They aren't clustered in a single location but spread across a wide area. Some sit in isolation, while others were arranged in geometric patterns, lines, triangles, and even circles. Unfortunately, since many were moved from their original positions before proper archaeological documentation, the full pattern, if there ever was one, may be lost forever. The indigenous Dikwis culture who inhabited the region and likely created these spheres disappeared shortly after European contact. Disease, conquest, and forced cultural assimilation erased much of their knowledge and traditions. They left behind no written records explaining the purpose or method of creating these mysterious orbs. The answers, if they exist at all, died with them. Modern science has tried to unravel the mystery. Archaeologists have used ground-penetrating radar to search for buried spheres and to identify patterns in their placement. Geologists have studied the composition of the stone to determine where it was quarried and how it might have been worked. Astronomers have analyzed possible celestial alignments. Yet despite all this modern technology, the stone spheres remain enigmatic. In 2007, the stone spheres were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site, finally receiving the protection and recognition they deserve. But this designation hasn't brought us any closer to understanding them. They stand as silent sentinels, a reminder that our understanding of ancient civilizations remains incomplete at best. Some fringe theories have emerged over the years, of course. There are those who believe the spheres were tools used by an advanced prehistoric civilization, perhaps related to the legendary continent of Atlantis. Others suggest they might have been landing markers for extraterrestrial visitors or devices capable of harnessing cosmic energy. While mainstream archaeology dismisses these ideas, they speak to the profound mystery these artifacts represent. When conventional explanations seem insufficient, the human mind naturally explores more exotic possibilities. What we do know is that these spheres represent an extraordinary achievement in precision and craftsmanship. They demonstrate that ancient peoples were capable of feats we struggle to understand or replicate even today. They remind us that the term primitive is relative and often misapplied to cultures of the past. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Costa Rican stone spheres is what they suggest about historical knowledge that may have been lost. If the creators of these spheres possessed mathematical understanding and stoneworking techniques so advanced, what other knowledge might they have had? What other achievements might ancient civilizations have accomplished that we know nothing about? This is the humbling reality of archaeology. For every artifact we uncover, countless others have been lost to time. For every civilization we study, dozens may have risen and fallen without leaving traces we can easily identify. The stone spheres of Costa Rica stand as a testament to this lost knowledge, a physical embodiment of the gaps in our understanding of human history. And they're not alone. Across the world, similar unexplained artifacts challenge our narrative of linear human progress. From the precisely cut stones of Puma Punku in Bolivia to the astronomical knowledge encoded in Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, evidence continues to mount that ancient civilizations possessed capabilities far beyond what conventional history ascribes to them. As we contemplate these perfect stone orbs nestled in the Costa Rican jungle, we're left with more questions than answers. In the absence of definitive explanations, the spheres become a kind of mirror, reflecting our own biases, expectations, and limitations. Perhaps that's their true power, not as astronomical tools or status symbols, but as reminders of how much we still don't understand about our own past. Until new evidence emerges or new techniques allow us to extract more information from these silent stones, the spheres will remain one of archaeology's most beautiful enigmas. They continue to draw researchers and tourists alike, all seeking to connect with the mysterious people who, centuries ago, devoted immense time and energy to creating these perfect geometric forms for reasons we can only guess at. But not all mysteries are hidden in plain sight. Some lie buried beneath the earth, concealed from curious eyes for millennia, waiting to be discovered. And perhaps none is more tantalizing than what might lie beneath one of the world's most famous monuments. The Great Sphinx of Giza stands as one of humanity's most recognizable monuments, a colossal guardian with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, gazing eternally eastward across the sands of Egypt. For centuries, it has captivated the imagination of travelers, scholars, and mystics alike. But what if this towering sentinel is merely the gatekeeper to something far more extraordinary? What if, beneath its weathered paws and enigmatic smile, lies an entire lost civilization, a hidden city from a time before history itself? The story of this potential underground complex begins not with mainstream Egyptologists, but with a series of cryptic historical accounts and modern ground-scanning technologies that have detected strange anomalies beneath the Giza Plateau. The idea first gained widespread attention in 1993, when seismic surveys around the Sphinx revealed what appeared to be underground chambers and passageways. These weren't random hollow spaces, but geometrically arranged compartments that suggested deliberate construction. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic who died in 1945, had predicted decades earlier that a hall of records would be discovered near the Sphinx, containing the historical and spiritual records of a lost civilization predating ancient Egypt. According to Case, this chamber would hold technological artifacts, scrolls, and even living quarters that would rewrite human history. For decades, his prophecy was dismissed as fantasy. But when ground-penetrating radar detected these mysterious voids, many wondered if Case had somehow tapped into a forgotten truth. The traditional archaeological view states that the Sphinx was carved during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE, making it approximately 4,500 years old. But this timeline has been challenged by several researchers, most notably geologist Robert Schoch of Boston University. After examining the weathering patterns on the Sphinx's body, Schoch concluded that the monument had been subjected to prolonged heavy rainfall, the kind not seen in Egypt since the end of the last ice age, potentially pushing its construction back to 9,500 BCE or earlier. If Schoch's analysis is correct, it would mean the Sphinx predates the ancient Egyptian civilization by thousands of years. And if the Sphinx is older than we thought, could the same be true for whatever might lie beneath it? Several historical accounts lend credence to the idea of hidden chambers beneath the monument. The Roman historian Pliny wrote of the Sphinx containing hidden passageways. Medieval Arab chroniclers described explorers entering caves beneath the great statue. Even Napoleon's soldiers reportedly found and temporarily accessed a hidden doorway at the monument's base, though this entrance was supposedly lost again during subsequent excavations. In 1991, a Japanese team using ground-penetrating radar identified several distinctive chambers beneath the Sphinx's paws and around its head. They detected what appeared to be a tunnel running from the Sphinx to the nearby Great Pyramid, as well as evidence of underground chambers arranged in a distinctive pattern. Amazingly, when their findings were presented to Egyptian authorities, permission for further investigation was denied. The project was shut down, and access to the area for similar research has been tightly restricted ever since. This leads to an unsettling question. What might Egyptian authorities know about what lies beneath the Sphinx that they don't want the world to discover? Some speculate that they're simply being cautious, wanting any major discoveries to be made by Egyptian researchers rather than foreign teams. Others suggest more elaborate conspiracies, that whatever lies beneath the Sphinx might contradict the established historical narrative so dramatically that it would undermine conventional archaeology altogether. The most tantalizing theory is that the chambers beneath the Sphinx aren't isolated rooms, but part of a vast underground complex, perhaps even an entire subterranean city. Indigenous traditions around the world speak of advanced civilizations that took shelter underground during cataclysmic earth changes. From the Hopi legends of the Ant people to Tibetan accounts of the subterranean kingdom of Agartha, stories of underground refuges permeate ancient mythology. Could the area beneath the Sphinx be one such refuge? Could it contain the technological and cultural artifacts of a civilization that flourished before the end of the last ice age, only to be nearly obliterated by the global floods and climate changes that marked the beginning of the Holocene epoch? If so, it would explain why the Egyptian authorities might be hesitant to allow unfettered exploration. Such a discovery wouldn't just rewrite Egyptian history, it would rewrite human history entirely. Some researchers have connected the potential chambers beneath the Sphinx with the legendary Hall of Records, said to contain the knowledge of the lost civilization of Atlantis. According to this theory, as Atlantis faced destruction approximately 12,000 years ago, its wisest citizens endeavored to preserve their advanced knowledge by creating repositories around the world. The Egyptian Hall would be just one of three, with others supposedly located in the Yucatan Peninsula and the lost continent of Atlantis itself. What might such a hall of records contain? Proponents suggest everything from astronomical knowledge and advanced mathematics to records of technologies lost to time. Some even speculate about power sources that modern science has yet to discover, or medical knowledge that could revolutionize our understanding of the human body. Of course, mainstream Egyptologists dismiss most of these theories as pseudoscience and fantasy. They point out that ground-penetrating radar can be misleading, with natural features like limestone cavities often being misinterpreted as artificial chambers. They argue that the weathering pattern Saqqara identified could be explained by other geological processes. And they note that despite centuries of exploration, no definitive proof of large-scale underground structures has ever been documented at Giza. Yet the restrictions placed on research in the area continue to fuel speculation. In 2009, Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass announced the discovery of a previously unknown tunnel leading beneath the Sphinx, but detailed findings were never published. Similarly, a thermal scanning project in 2015 detected temperature anomalies suggesting hidden chambers, but follow-up investigations were limited and inconclusive. For those who believe in the hidden city beneath the Sphinx, these restrictions and inconsistencies aren't coincidental. They're evidence of a deliberate effort to control information about one of humanity's most important archaeological sites. The question isn't just what might be hidden beneath the Sphinx, but why someone might want to keep it hidden. The implications of discovering a prehistoric advanced civilization would be profound. Our entire understanding of human development is based on a model of gradual progress from primitive hunter-gatherers to agricultural societies to industrial civilization. A highly developed culture existing at the end of the last ice age would overturn this narrative completely, suggesting that human history might be cyclical rather than linear, with advanced civilizations rising and falling repeatedly over tens of thousands of years. Such a discovery would also raise uncomfortable questions about the nature of historical knowledge itself. If an advanced civilization could rise, flourish, and disappear so completely that only myths and legends remain, what does that suggest about the fragility of our own society? Could our skyscrapers, satellites, and digital records one day become as mysterious to future humans as these potential underground chambers are to us? As technology advances, the truth about what lies beneath the Sphinx may eventually be revealed. New forms of non-invasive scanning, perhaps using muon tomography or more sophisticated ground-penetrating radar, might one day create detailed images of whatever chambers exist without requiring physical excavation. Until then, the Sphinx keeps its secrets, its enigmatic gaze fixed on the horizon, perhaps waiting for humanity to become ready for the knowledge that might lie beneath its paws. But the mysteries of our past aren't confined to Egypt alone. On the other side of the world, in the ruins of an ancient civilization in Pakistan, lies evidence of a catastrophe so profound that some researchers have proposed an explanation that sounds more like science fiction than archaeology. In the arid plains of Pakistan's Sindh province lie the ruins of an ancient mystery, a city frozen in time that has baffled archaeologists for nearly a century. Mohenjo-Daro, or the Mound of the Dead, was once a thriving metropolis of the Indus Valley civilization, comparable in sophistication to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. But unlike those civilizations, which gradually declined, Mohenjo-Daro appears to have met a sudden and catastrophic end. The nature of this catastrophe has spawned one of archaeology's most controversial theories, that this 5,000-year-old city was destroyed by something eerily similar to a nuclear explosion. When British archaeologist Sir John Marshall began excavating Mohenjo-Daro in the 1920s, he uncovered a remarkably advanced urban center. The city featured a grid-like street system, sophisticated drainage networks, multi-story buildings, and public baths, all constructed around 2600 BCE. Its inhabitants enjoyed amenities that wouldn't become common again until the Roman Empire, some 2,000 years later. But amidst this architectural wonder, Marshall and subsequent archaeologists found something disturbing, evidence of a sudden abandonment, with skeletons lying in the streets, some holding hands, as if the inhabitants had been struck down in the midst of their daily activities. These skeletons presented a puzzling and macabre tableau. Unlike victims of warfare or disease, many bodies showed no signs of struggle or trauma. They simply appeared to have fallen where they stood. More strangely, many of these remains exhibited unusually high levels of radioactivity, up to 50 times greater than would normally be expected in ancient human remains. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community, but it was just the beginning of the mystery. Throughout the central area of Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists found evidence of extreme heat. Large sections of the city appeared to have been melted or vitrified, turned to glass, by temperatures estimated to have reached 1,500 degrees Celsius. Such temperatures far exceed what could be achieved by conventional fires of the period. Whatever caused this devastation appeared to have emanated from a central point and radiated outward, leaving a distinctive pattern of destruction that some have compared to the aftermath of Hiroshima. Perhaps most puzzling were the fused blocks scattered throughout the site. These weren't simply melted mud bricks, but materials that had been completely vitrified, transformed through intense heat into glass-like substances. Analysis showed that the bricks had been exposed to temperatures hot enough to instantly melt clay, sand, and various metals. Such heat sources were simply not available to ancient civilizations, or so conventional archaeology tells us. As these findings accumulated, a radical theory emerged. What if Mohenjo-Daro had been destroyed not by invasion, natural disaster, or climate change, but by an atomic blast? The idea was first proposed by researchers David Davenport and Eder Vincenti in their 1979 book, Atomic Destruction in 2600 BC. After studying the ruins for 12 years, they concluded that the pattern of destruction, the radioactive skeletons, and the vitrified materials all pointed to an explosion equivalent to a modern atomic bomb. Of course, mainstream archaeologists reject this theory completely. They point out that radioactive elements naturally occur in soil and can become concentrated in bones over thousands of years. The vitrification, they suggest, could have been caused by lightning strikes or even deliberately, as part of an ancient industrial process. The skeletons in the streets, they argue, were likely not killed simultaneously but were improper burials from a later period, after the city had already been abandoned. Yet these conventional explanations have difficulties of their own. Lightning strikes rarely cause the kind of widespread vitrification seen at Mohenjo-Daro. The radioactivity levels in some remains exceed what would normally accumulate through natural processes, and the pattern of destruction, radiating from a central epicenter, easily fit with theories of gradual abandonment or natural disaster. This has led some researchers to explore a middle ground between conventional archaeology and the nuclear hypothesis. Could an aerial meteorite explosion, similar to the Tunguska event in 1908, have caused the destruction? Such an airburst could potentially create temperatures high enough to vitrify materials on the ground, while leaving a radiation signature from extraterrestrial elements. It might explain the pattern of destruction, without requiring advanced technology or ancient atomic warfare. But even this explanation struggles to account for all the evidence. The localized nature of the destruction, centered specifically on the city rather than a wider area, seems oddly precise for a meteorite explosion. And meteorite airbursts typically leave distinctive chemical signatures that haven't been identified at Mohenjo-Daro. Adding to the mystery are ancient Sanskrit texts, particularly the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, which describe weapons disturbingly similar to modern nuclear armaments. These texts speak of a weapon called the Brahmastra, which produced a column of brilliant light like 1,000 suns and reduced everything to ashes. They describe corpses so burned they were unrecognizable, hair and nails falling out, and food becoming poisoned, effects eerily reminiscent of radiation sickness. For thousands of years, these descriptions were considered purely mythological. But the discoveries at Mohenjo-Daro have led some to wonder whether these ancient texts might contain kernels of historical truth, accounts of real weapons deployed in prehistoric conflicts, their nature distorted but not entirely disguised by the passage of time. Those who support the ancient atomic theory point to other archaeological anomalies around the world. Layers of radioactive ash found in Rajasthan, India, vitrified forts in Scotland, melted ruins in Death Valley, and desert glass in Egypt's Sahara. Each of these sites presents evidence of extreme heat that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. Could they all be remnants of a forgotten chapter in human history, one in which advanced technology led to destruction rather than progress? Critics of the theory rightly point out that there's no evidence of the industrial infrastructure necessary to develop nuclear weapons. No uranium mines, no processing facilities, no research centers have been found in the archaeological record. If an ancient civilization possessed atomic weapons, where is the evidence of the massive technological apparatus required to create them? This is where the theory becomes most speculative. Proponents suggest that the civilization capable of developing such weapons wasn't the Indus Valley culture itself, but an even earlier, more advanced society that has been almost completely erased from history. Some point to the mythical civilizations described in ancient texts, Atlantis, Lemuria, or the kingdom of Rama mentioned in Hindu scriptures. According to this view, Mohenjo-Daro might have been the victim rather than the originator of ancient atomic warfare. Others propose more exotic explanations, suggesting that the weapons might not have been developed by humans at all, but by extraterrestrial visitors or non-human intelligences now lost to time. While such theories venture far beyond mainstream archaeology into the realm of ancient astronaut hypotheses, they attempt to resolve the central paradox: the presence of apparently advanced destructive technology in a period far too early for such development. What makes the Mohenjo-Daro mystery so compelling is not just the physical evidence, but what it suggests about the cyclical nature of civilization. If an advanced society did exist in prehistoric times and destroyed itself through warfare, what implications does that have for our understanding of human progress? Are we the first civilization to achieve our current level of technological development? Or are we unwittingly retracing the steps of predecessors who ultimately destroyed themselves? The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro stand as a warning across millennia. A city frozen at the moment of its destruction, its melted bricks and radioactive remains testifying to a catastrophe we still cannot fully explain. Whether it was destroyed by conventional means, natural disaster, or something more exotic, the sudden end of this sophisticated civilization reminds us of the fragility of human achievements. And perhaps that's the most important aspect of this mystery. Regardless of what actually destroyed Mohenjo-Daro, its ruins remind us that even the most advanced civilizations can disappear, sometimes suddenly and completely. As we continue to unravel the truth behind this ancient catastrophe, we might be wise to consider whether we're seeing not just archaeological anomalies, but a reflection of possibilities in our own future. But not all mysterious artifacts suggest destruction. Some hint at technological knowledge that, if properly understood, might benefit rather than imperil humanity. Far to the east of Mohenjo-Daro, in the remote reaches of China, lies another archaeological enigma that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. Deep in the remote wilderness of western China, in a place where few humans have ever ventured, lies a mystery that has puzzled scientists for decades. The Qinghai province is known for its harsh, unforgiving landscape, but hidden within this desolate region stands Mount Baigong, a pyramid-shaped mountain that holds secrets beneath its rocky surface. What makes this mountain extraordinary isn't its shape or its location, but what's buried inside it. Ancient pipes, hundreds of them, threading through the mountain and extending into nearby Tassin Lake. The question that has haunted researchers since their discovery is simple yet profound. Who built them and why? The story begins in the 1990s when a team of Chinese scientists first investigated unusual formations near Mount Baigong. What they found defied explanation. Emerging from caves in the mountainside were metal pipes, some as wide as a person's waist, others as thin as a pencil. These weren't random formations or natural mineral deposits. They were clearly manufactured, with smooth surfaces and precise angles that suggested deliberate construction. The pipes extended deep into the mountain, following paths that seemed to serve a specific purpose, though what that purpose was remained a mystery. But the discovery inside the mountain was just the beginning. The scientists found more pipes extending from the mountain toward Tassin Lake, a saltwater lake that sits in this remote corner of China. Some of these pipes emerged from the lakeshore, while others disappeared beneath the water's surface. The arrangement wasn't random. The pipes seemed to form a network, a system that connected the mountain to the lake in ways that made no sense according to conventional understanding of the region's history. The age of these pipes is where the mystery deepens. Initial dating suggested they could be thousands of years old, far predating any known civilization in the region capable of such sophisticated metalwork. The area around Mount Baigong has been largely uninhabited throughout recorded history. The harsh climate and remote location make it an unlikely spot for ancient industrial activity. Yet here were these pipes, clearly the product of advanced metallurgy and engineering, sitting in a place where they shouldn't exist. Chemical analysis of the pipes revealed something even more puzzling. The metal composition was unusual, containing iron oxide, silicon dioxide, and calcium oxide, but also traces of rare elements that don't occur naturally in the region. Some researchers noted that the pipes showed signs of being manufactured using techniques that weren't developed until modern times. The precision of the construction, the metallurgy involved, and the complex network design all pointed to a level of technological sophistication that seemed impossible for the time period. The Chinese government initially showed interest in the site, even going so far as to erect a sign declaring it a monument to extraterrestrial activity. This official acknowledgement was unusual, especially coming from a government typically reserved about such claims. The sign suggested that the pipes were evidence of ancient alien visitation, a landing site, or perhaps a communication system left behind by beings from another world. The dramatic landscape, with its pyramid-shaped mountain and mysterious metal network, certainly fit the image of an otherworldly installation. But as more researchers examined the site, alternative theories began to emerge. Some geologists suggested that the pipes might be natural formations, created by unique geological processes over thousands of years. They proposed that the pipes could be fossilized tree roots, transformed by mineral deposits and geological pressure into metal-like structures. This theory gained support when researchers found organic matter embedded in some of the pipes, suggesting they might have biological origins. However, this explanation raised its own questions. If the pipes were fossilized tree roots, why did they form such a precise network? Why were they found in areas where trees never grew? And how did they achieve such uniform metal composition? The geological theory, while more conventional than alien visitation, still struggled to explain all the evidence. Another theory focused on the possibility of ancient human technology. Some researchers suggested that the pipes might be the remnants of a lost civilization, one that achieved technological advancement thousands of years before recorded history. This civilization might have developed advanced metallurgy and engineering capabilities, creating infrastructure that survived long after the culture itself disappeared. The remote location of Mount Baigong could have been chosen specifically to hide or protect this technology from environmental disasters or human conflicts. This theory gained credibility when researchers considered the broader context of mysterious ancient sites around the world. From the precision of the Egyptian pyramids to the massive stones of Baalbek, there are numerous examples of ancient achievements that seem to exceed the technological capabilities of their time. The Mount Baigong pipes could be another piece of this puzzle, evidence of a lost technological heritage that challenges our understanding of human development. The connection to Tassin Lake adds another layer to the mystery. Salt lakes were often considered sacred by ancient cultures, and many civilizations built important structures near bodies of water. If the pipes were indeed created by ancient humans, the lake might have held special significance. The pipe network could have been a sophisticated water management system, designed to control or monitor the lake's water levels. Or it might have served a religious or ceremonial purpose, connecting the sacred mountain to the sacred water. Recent investigations have revealed that the pipe network is even more extensive than initially thought. Ground-penetrating radar has detected additional pipes buried deeper in the mountain, suggesting a complex three-dimensional network that extends far beyond what's visible on the surface. Some researchers believe this hidden network might be the key to understanding the pipe's true purpose. If the system was designed for water management, the buried pipes could be the main infrastructure, with the visible pipes serving as access points or monitoring stations. The mystery of Mount Baigong has also attracted attention from researchers studying ancient technology. Some have suggested that the pipes might be evidence of advanced knowledge that was later lost or deliberately hidden. Ancient texts from various cultures describe sophisticated engineering projects and technological achievements that seem impossible for their time. The Mount Baigong pipes could be physical evidence of these lost technologies, proof that ancient humans achieved far more than we previously believed. But the strangest aspect of the Mount Baigong mystery might be the silence surrounding it. Despite the initial government interest and the sign declaring it an alien monument, official research into the site has been limited. Few scientific papers have been published about the pipes, and access to the site remains restricted. This has led some to speculate that the true nature of the pipes is being deliberately concealed, either because the implications are too controversial or because the site holds strategic importance. The Mount Baigong pipes remain one of archaeology's most intriguing puzzles. Whether they represent ancient alien technology, a lost human civilization, or simply an unusual geological formation, they challenge our assumptions about the past. In this remote corner of China, surrounded by harsh wilderness and ancient mysteries, these metal pipes continue to guard their secrets, waiting for someone to finally unlock the truth about their origin and purpose. In the dusty hills of Peru, in a small town called Ica, lies one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. Thousands of carved stones, each one depicting scenes that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of ancient history. These stones show advanced surgical procedures, men riding dinosaurs, and technology that wasn't supposed to exist thousands of years ago. The Ica stones, as they've come to be known, have divided the scientific community for decades. Are they evidence of a lost advanced civilization, or are they simply an elaborate hoax? The answer might be more complex than anyone imagined. The story begins in the 1960s with Dr. Javier Cabrera Darquia, a Peruvian physician who began collecting unusual carved stones brought to him by local farmers and artifact hunters. At first, he thought they were interesting curiosities, ancient artifacts with primitive carvings. But as his collection grew, reaching over 15,000 stones, Dr. Cabrera realized he was looking at something extraordinary. The stones depicted scenes of incredible sophistication, showing surgical procedures that weren't developed until modern times, astronomical knowledge that surpassed ancient understanding, and technology that seemed impossible for pre-Columbian civilizations. The stones themselves are made of andesite, a volcanic rock that's extremely hard and difficult to carve. The carvings are precise and detailed, showing a level of artistic skill that suggests the work of master craftsmen. The images are deeply etched into the stone, showing no signs of recent tool marks or artificial aging. The patina, or surface coloration, appears consistent with great age, suggesting the stones have been exposed to the elements for centuries or millennia. What makes the Ica stones so controversial is the content of their carvings. Many stones depict surgical procedures that are remarkably accurate by modern standards. There are images of heart surgery, brain surgery, and organ transplants, all shown with anatomical precision that shouldn't have been possible for ancient civilizations. The surgical instruments depicted in the carvings are sophisticated, including what appear to be scalpels, clamps, and even devices that resemble modern medical equipment. One of the most famous stones shows what appears to be a heart transplant procedure. The carving depicts a human figure lying on what looks like an operating table, with another figure performing surgery on the chest cavity. The level of detail is extraordinary, showing the surgeon's hands positioned exactly as they would be during a real cardiac procedure. The patient's body is shown in the correct anatomical position, and the surrounding figures appear to be medical assistants, holding instruments and monitoring the procedure. Another stone shows what appears to be brain surgery, with a figure using instruments to operate on an opened skull. The carving shows the brain tissue in accurate detail, with the surgeon's tools positioned precisely where they would need to be for such a procedure. The patient's head is shown in the correct position for brain surgery, and the surrounding figures appear to be providing support and assistance. These medical scenes are not isolated examples. Hundreds of stones in Dr. Cabrera's collection depict various surgical procedures, from simple wound treatment to complex organ operations. The consistency of the medical knowledge shown across these stones suggests they were created by people who understood human anatomy and surgical techniques at a level that shouldn't have been possible for ancient civilizations. But the medical carvings are just one aspect of the Ica stone's mystery. Many stones depict scenes of humans interacting with dinosaurs, showing people riding, hunting, and living alongside creatures that went extinct millions of years before humans appeared on Earth. These scenes are rendered with the same careful attention to detail as the medical procedures, showing dinosaurs that are anatomically accurate according to modern paleontology. The dinosaur stones show various species, from small velociraptors to massive sauropods. The humans depicted alongside these creatures are shown using tools and weapons, suggesting they were not primitive cave dwellers but members of an advanced civilization. Some stones show humans riding dinosaurs like horses, while others depict hunting parties using sophisticated weapons to bring down large predators. The astronomical knowledge depicted on the stones is equally impressive. Many carvings show star maps, planetary alignments, and celestial events that require advanced understanding of astronomy. Some stones appear to show the continental drift, depicting the Earth's landmasses in configurations that match scientific understanding of how the continents have moved over geological time. This knowledge wasn't available to ancient civilizations and wasn't developed by modern science until the 20th century. The technology shown on the stones is perhaps the most puzzling aspect. Many carvings depict what appear to be flying machines, spacecraft, and advanced tools. Some stones show figures using telescopes, microscopes, and other optical instruments. There are images of what look like aircraft, submarines, and even spacecraft, all rendered with detailed technical accuracy. The controversy surrounding the Ica stones intensified when investigators began questioning their authenticity. Skeptics pointed out that many of the stones were being sold by local farmers who claimed to have found them in ancient graves and caves. When pressured by authorities, some of these farmers admitted to carving the stones themselves, using modern tools and techniques to create fake artifacts for sale to collectors. However, the hoax explanation doesn't account for all the evidence. Dr. Cabrera's collection includes stones that were documented as coming from legitimate archaeological excavations, not from commercial sellers. Some stones were found in sealed tombs and burial sites, in contexts that suggest genuine antiquity. The patina and weathering on many stones appears consistent with great age, and the carving techniques show evidence of ancient methods. The hardness of the andesite stone presents another challenge to the hoax theory. Carving such detailed images in this extremely hard volcanic rock would require diamond-tipped tools and considerable skill. The precision of the carvings, especially the medical scenes, suggests the work of someone with advanced knowledge of human anatomy and surgical procedures. It's difficult to imagine local farmers in rural Peru having the knowledge, tools, and artistic skill necessary to create such sophisticated forgeries. Some researchers have proposed a middle ground explanation. They suggest that while some Ica stones are certainly modern forgeries, others might be genuine ancient artifacts. The authentic stones might have inspired local artisans to create copies, leading to a mixture of real and fake artifacts that has confused investigators. This would explain why some stones show evidence of genuine antiquity while others appear to be modern creations. The possibility that some Ica stones are authentic raises profound questions about ancient history. If pre-Columbian civilizations possessed advanced medical knowledge, astronomical understanding, and technological capabilities, it would fundamentally change our understanding of human development. The stones might be evidence of a lost civilization that achieved remarkable advancement before disappearing from the historical record. The medical procedures depicted on the stones are particularly intriguing because they suggest not just theoretical knowledge but practical experience. The accuracy of the surgical scenes implies that ancient people not only understood human anatomy but actually performed complex medical procedures. This raises questions about how such knowledge was developed and preserved, and why it was lost to later civilizations. The Ica stones remain one of archaeology's most contentious mysteries. While the debate between authenticity and hoax continues, the stones continue to challenge our assumptions about the past. Whether they represent evidence of ancient advanced knowledge or simply elaborate modern forgeries, they remind us that there is still much we don't understand about human history and the capabilities of ancient civilizations. On the windswept coast of Peru, in the ancient cemetery of Paracas, archaeologists have uncovered human remains that challenge everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. These aren't ordinary skeletons. The skulls are dramatically elongated, stretching backward from the forehead in a way that seems impossible for normal human anatomy. For decades, researchers assumed these were the result of artificial cranial modification, a practice known from various ancient cultures. But recent genetic analysis has revealed something far more mysterious. These skulls might represent an entirely different branch of human evolution, one that existed alongside our ancestors, but possessed characteristics that set them apart from any known human population. The Paracas Peninsula has been a site of archaeological significance for over a century. The dry desert climate has preserved organic materials remarkably well, creating a natural museum of ancient life. But it wasn't until the 1920s that archaeologist Giulio Tello began systematic excavations of the Paracas necropolis, uncovering hundreds of mummified remains that dated back over 2,000 years. Among these remains were skulls that immediately caught the attention of researchers worldwide. The elongated skulls of Paracas are unlike anything found in normal human populations. While typical human skulls are roughly spherical, these skulls are dramatically extended backward, sometimes reaching lengths of up to 25% longer than normal. The cranial capacity is also significantly larger, with some skulls showing brain volumes up to 60% greater than modern humans. The bone structure is different too, with unusual suture patterns and anatomical features that don't match known human variations. Initial explanations focused on the practice of cranial binding, a cultural modification technique used by various ancient civilizations. In this practice, infants' heads were bound with tight cloths or boards to reshape the growing skull into desired forms. Many cultures practiced cranial modification for aesthetic or religious reasons, creating distinctive head shapes that marked social status or tribal identity. The assumption was that the Paracas skulls were simply an extreme example of this practice. However, closer examination revealed problems with the cranial binding theory. While artificial modification can change the shape of a skull, it cannot increase its volume. The Paracas skulls show not just different shapes, but significantly larger brain capacities than would be possible through binding alone. The bone structure also shows characteristics that suggest natural development rather than artificial modification. The suture patterns, where the skull bones connect, follow different paths than in normal human skulls, suggesting these were genetic rather than cultural variations. The mystery deepened when researchers began studying the soft tissue remains. Many of the Paracas mummies retained hair, and this hair showed unusual characteristics. Instead of the coarse, black hair typical of indigenous South American populations, the Paracas individuals often had fine, reddish-brown hair that resembled European rather than Native American characteristics. The hair structure itself was different, with a protein composition that didn't match any known human population. Genetic analysis of the Paracas remains has produced some of the most controversial results in modern archaeology. DNA extracted from the skulls shows mutations and variations that don't occur in normal human populations. The mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down through the maternal line, contains sequences that don't match any known human haplogroups. Some researchers have suggested that the genetic differences are so significant that the Paracas individuals might represent a distinct species or subspecies of human. The implications of these genetic findings are staggering. If the Paracas individuals were genetically distinct from modern humans, it would suggest that human evolution was more complex than previously understood. Instead of a single line of development, there might have been multiple human species existing simultaneously, each with different physical and possibly mental characteristics. The larger brain capacity of the Paracas skulls raises questions about whether these individuals possessed enhanced cognitive abilities. The dating of the Paracas remains adds another layer to the mystery. While the cemetery itself dates to around 300 BCE to 600 CE, some researchers believe the elongated skull trait might be much older. Similar skulls have been found at other sites throughout South America, some dating back thousands of years. This suggests that the genetic variation represented by the Paracas skulls might have been present in the region for millennia. The geographic distribution of elongated skulls is also puzzling. While Paracas contains the largest concentration, similar skulls have been found throughout the Andes, from Colombia to Chile. They've also been discovered in other parts of the world, including Central Asia, the Middle East, and even North America. This widespread distribution suggests that the genetic variation wasn't limited to a single isolated population, but might have been present in various human groups across the globe. Some researchers have proposed that the elongated skulls represent evidence of ancient human migrations or genetic admixture. They suggest that a distinct human population with these characteristics might have traveled extensively, interbreeding with local populations, and leaving behind genetic markers that can still be detected today. This could explain both the geographic distribution and the genetic peculiarities of the Paracas skulls. The cultural context of the Paracas civilization adds another dimension to the mystery. The Paracas people were skilled in astronomy, engineering, and medicine. Their textiles are among the finest ever produced in the ancient world, showing sophisticated knowledge of weaving techniques and dye chemistry. Their understanding of astronomy is evident in their burial practices and architectural alignments. Some researchers wonder whether the enhanced brain capacity suggested by the elongated skulls might have contributed to these advanced capabilities. However, the genetic analysis of the Paracas skulls has faced significant criticism from mainstream scientists. Many researchers argue that the DNA samples might have been contaminated or degraded, leading to inaccurate results. Ancient DNA is notoriously difficult to work with, and contamination from modern sources is a constant concern. The unusual genetic sequences found in the Paracas samples might be artifacts of degradation or contamination, rather than evidence of genetic distinctiveness. Other scientists have suggested that the elongated skulls might represent pathological conditions rather than normal variations. Certain genetic disorders can cause abnormal skull growth, and some researchers believe the Paracas individuals might have suffered from such conditions. However, this explanation struggles to account for the consistent pattern of skull elongation across hundreds of individuals over several centuries. The debate over the Paracas skulls has been complicated by the involvement of researchers with unconventional theories. Some investigators have suggested that the skulls represent evidence of ancient alien visitation or genetic manipulation by extraterrestrial beings. While these theories lack scientific support, they have brought additional attention to the Paracas mystery and have sometimes overshadowed legitimate scientific research. Recent advances in genetic analysis technology have opened new possibilities for understanding the Paracas skulls. More sophisticated DNA extraction and sequencing techniques might be able to resolve some of the controversies surrounding the genetic findings. Researchers are also using new methods to study the bone structure and growth patterns of the skulls, looking for clues about how they developed and whether they represent natural or artificial modifications. The elongated skulls of Paracas continue to challenge our understanding of human evolution and ancient history. Whether they represent a distinct human population, evidence of ancient genetic diversity, or simply unusual cultural practices, they remind us that the story of human development is far more complex than we once believed. In the desert cemetery of Paracas, these ancient remains continue to guard their secrets, waiting for science to finally unlock the truth about their mysterious origins. Throughout history, reports of giant human skeletons have captured the imagination and sparked fierce debates among archaeologists, historians, and the general public. From the 19th century, newspaper accounts of 7-foot-tall skeletons unearthed by railroad workers to modern claims of suppressed evidence. The story of giant human remains touches on some of our deepest questions about human origins and the reliability of historical records. Are these accounts evidence of a lost race of giants that once walked the earth, or are they simply the product of hoaxes, misidentification, and wishful thinking? The golden age of giant skeleton discoveries began in the mid-1800s, during the era of westward expansion in the United States. As railroads pushed across the continent and settlers established new towns, construction workers frequently uncovered human remains in burial mounds and ancient cemeteries. Many of these discoveries made headlines in local newspapers, describing skeletons of extraordinary size, sometimes reaching heights of 8, 9, or even 12 feet. The accounts often included detailed measurements and descriptions of unusual artifacts found alongside the remains. One of the most famous early accounts comes from 1891, when workers building a road in Crittenden, Arizona, allegedly discovered a massive skeleton buried in a stone-lined grave. The local newspaper reported that the skeleton measured over 9 feet tall and was accompanied by carved stones and copper tools. The skull was described as unusually large, with a prominent brow ridge and massive jaw. Similar discoveries were reported throughout the American West, from California to Ohio, creating a pattern of giant skeleton finds that seemed to suggest the existence of a prehistoric race of giants. The Smithsonian Institution became involved in many of these discoveries, sending representatives to investigate and collect significant finds. However, this involvement has itself become a source of controversy. Some researchers claim that the Smithsonian deliberately suppressed evidence of giant skeletons, either losing or destroying remains that didn't fit with accepted theories of human evolution. They point to the fact that despite numerous newspaper accounts of giant skeleton discoveries, very few such remains are currently housed in museum collections. The scientific establishment's response to giant skeleton claims has been largely skeptical. Mainstream archaeologists and anthropologists argue that most reports of giant skeletons can be explained by misidentification, exaggeration, or hoaxes. They point out that newspaper accounts from the 19th century were often sensationalized and unreliable, written by reporters who lacked scientific training and were more interested in selling papers than in accurate reporting. The measurements given in these accounts are often inconsistent or impossible, suggesting that the reporters either misunderstood what they were seeing or deliberately exaggerated the size of the remains. Bone preservation is another factor that complicates the giant skeleton mystery. Human bones, especially very large ones, are fragile and often deteriorate quickly when exposed to air and moisture. Many of the giant skeleton discoveries were made by untrained workers who may not have understood the importance of careful excavation and preservation. It's possible that significant evidence was lost simply due to poor handling and storage of the remains. However, not all giant skeleton accounts can be dismissed so easily. Some discoveries were made by trained archaeologists and documented with scientific rigor. The Lovelock Cave discovery in Nevada, made in 1911, included red-haired mummies that were reportedly much larger than typical Native American remains. These mummies were studied by anthropologists and were said to show unusual physical characteristics, including greater height and different skull structure than local populations. The Lovelock Cave remains were particularly intriguing because they were found in a controlled archaeological context, not by casual laborers or treasure hunters. The cave had been used as a burial site for centuries, and the mummies were preserved by the dry desert conditions. The red hair was especially puzzling, as it was unlike anything seen in local Native American populations. Some researchers suggested that the Lovelock Cave mummies might represent a different ethnic group, possibly descendants of ancient Europeans or Polynesians who had reached the Americas before Columbus. Modern genetic analysis has provided new tools for investigating claims about ancient giant populations. DNA extracted from ancient remains can reveal information about the ethnic background, health status, and even the height of individuals. However, applying these techniques to alleged giant skeletons has been complicated by the fact that so few verifiable remains exist. Most of the supposed giant skeletons from the 19th century have been lost or destroyed, making it impossible to conduct modern scientific analysis. The few ancient remains that have been subjected to genetic analysis have not provided evidence for a distinct race of giants. Instead, they typically show genetic markers consistent with known ancient populations. Some individuals do show evidence of genetic conditions that could cause unusual height, such as gigantism or acromegaly, but these are medical conditions rather than evidence of a separate human species. The biblical and mythological context of giant humans has also influenced the debate. Many religious traditions include accounts of giants, from the Nephilim mentioned in the Bible to the Titans of Greek mythology. Some researchers believe that these ancient accounts might be based on real encounters with unusually tall human populations. They argue that the widespread nature of giant myths across different cultures suggests that such beings might have actually existed. Archaeological evidence from around the world does show that human height has varied significantly throughout history. Some ancient populations were considerably taller than their contemporaries, possibly due to genetic factors, nutrition, or environmental conditions. The average height of humans has fluctuated over time, with some periods showing increased stature and others showing decreased height. However, these variations typically fall within the normal range of human height variation and don't support the existence of true giants. The role of medical conditions in creating unusually tall individuals is an important factor in the giant skeleton debate. Conditions such as gigantism, caused by excess growth hormone, can result in individuals reaching heights of 7 or 8 feet. Acromegaly, another growth hormone disorder, can cause bones to thicken and extend, creating skeletons that might appear unusually large. These conditions are rare but well documented, and they could explain some of the giant skeleton discoveries. The question of institutional suppression remains one of the most controversial aspects of the giant skeleton mystery. Some researchers claim that museums and universities have deliberately hidden evidence of giant skeletons because it contradicts accepted theories of human evolution. They point to the fact that many 19th century newspaper accounts mention the involvement of the Smithsonian Institution. Yet the Smithsonian's current collections include very few unusually large human skeletons. However, museum professionals argue that the apparent absence of giant skeletons in collections is easily explained by normal curatorial practices. Many 19th century acquisitions were poorly documented, and specimens that couldn't be properly verified were often discarded. The standards for museum collections have become much more rigorous over time, and remains that lack proper documentation are typically not retained. Additionally, many museums have repatriated human remains to Native American tribes, as required by federal law. The internet age has brought new life to the giant skeleton debate, with websites and social media groups dedicated to documenting alleged discoveries and cover-ups. These online communities have collected newspaper clippings, photographs, and eyewitness accounts from around the world, creating databases of giant skeleton claims that span centuries. However, they have also been plagued by hoaxes and misidentifications, including digitally manipulated photographs and fake archaeological reports. The giant skeleton mystery remains one of the most persistent and controversial topics in alternative archaeology. While mainstream science has largely rejected claims of ancient giant populations, the debate continues to attract interest from researchers and the public alike. Whether the accounts represent misidentified normal remains, evidence of medical conditions, or genuine discoveries that have been suppressed, they continue to challenge our understanding of human history and the reliability of historical records. In the end, the truth about giant skeletons may be less important than what the debate reveals about our desire to believe in mysteries and our skepticism of official explanations. Deep within the Amazon rainforest of Ecuador, carved into the heart of a mountain, lies one of the most controversial archaeological mysteries of our time. The Teos cave system stretches for miles underground, its chambers filled with secrets that have puzzled explorers for decades. But this isn't just any cave system. According to some, it houses something that could rewrite human history entirely: a hidden library, ancient texts, evidence of a lost civilization, far more advanced than anything we've discovered before. The story begins in the 1940s with a Hungarian-Argentine explorer named János Moritz. Moritz claimed to have discovered something extraordinary within the depths of Teos cave, something so significant that it challenged everything we thought we knew about ancient South American civilizations. He spoke of vast chambers filled with metal tablets covered in unknown script, geometric patterns carved with impossible precision, and artifacts that seemed to defy the technology of their supposed time period. But Moritz wasn't the only one to make such claims. In 1976, one of the most famous expeditions in modern archaeological history took place. Led by Scottish author Erich von Daniken, the expedition included astronaut Neil Armstrong, yes, the first man to walk on the moon, along with a team of international researchers and explorers. What they found, or claimed to find, has been debated ever since. The cave system itself is named after the Teos birds that nest within its entrance chambers. These nocturnal creatures have been harvested by local indigenous peoples for centuries, their young considered a delicacy, and their feathers used for ceremonial purposes. But the locals have always known there was something more to these caves. Their oral traditions speak of ancient peoples who once lived within the mountain, of chambers that go deeper than anyone has ever explored, and of secrets that were meant to remain hidden. When you first enter Teo's cave, you're struck by its sheer scale. The main chamber is massive, easily large enough to house a cathedral, but it's not the size that makes explorers stop in their tracks. It's the walls, smooth, perfectly carved surfaces that seem to have been shaped by tools far more advanced than anything the pre-Columbian civilizations of South America were supposed to possess. The precision is unsettling. These aren't natural cave formations. They're architectural, deliberate, planned. The walls themselves tell a story that mainstream archaeology struggles to accept. Running your hand along these surfaces, you can feel the tool marks, but they're unlike anything you'd expect from ancient civilizations. Instead of the rough chisel marks that would be left by primitive stone tools, these walls show evidence of cutting techniques that seem almost modern in their precision. Some sections appear to have been carved with tools that could slice through solid rock as easily as a hot knife through butter. Morix claimed that deeper within the cave system, he discovered what he called the metal library. According to his account, thousands of metal plates were stacked in organized rows, each covered in symbols and text that bore no resemblance to any known ancient writing system. He described the plates as being made of an unknown metal alloy, perfectly preserved despite what must have been thousands of years in the humid cave environment. The symbols, he said, appeared to tell a story, a history, perhaps the complete record of a civilization that vanished without a trace. The description of these metal plates is fascinating in its detail. Morix claimed they were approximately 12 inches by 24 inches in size, thin enough to be flexible, yet sturdy enough to maintain their shape after millennia. The metal itself was unlike anything he had encountered, with a golden hue that didn't tarnish and a weight that suggested an alloy of unknown composition. Each plate was allegedly covered in symbols arranged in neat rows, with larger pictographic elements scattered throughout the text like illustrations in an ancient book. But here's where the mystery deepens. When other expeditions attempted to locate this metal library, they found nothing. Empty chambers, smooth walls, no sign of the thousands of metal plates that Morix had described in such detail. Had they been removed, hidden, or had Morix discovered something in a different part of the cave system, a section that remains unexplored to this day? The controversy surrounding these claims has divided the archaeological community for decades. Skeptics point out that Morix never provided photographic evidence of the metal plates, despite claiming to have spent considerable time examining them. They argue that the story may have been fabricated or greatly exaggerated, possibly inspired by similar legends from other parts of South America. However, supporters of Morix's claims point out that he was a respected explorer with no apparent motive for deception, and that his descriptions of the cave's architecture proved to be remarkably accurate when later expeditions confirmed the precision of the carved walls. The controversy surrounding Teo's cave isn't limited to the metal library claims. The cave system contains other anomalies that archaeologists struggle to explain. Geometric patterns carved into walls with laser-like precision, stone formations that appear to have been cut rather than naturally formed, and perhaps most intriguingly, chambers that seem to have been designed for specific acoustic properties. When you speak in certain areas of the cave, your voice is amplified and distorted in ways that suggest the ancient builders understood advanced principles of sound engineering. These acoustic properties aren't random or accidental. In several chambers, there are specific spots where standing and speaking produces remarkable effects. Your voice can be heard clearly throughout the entire chamber, even when speaking in normal conversational tones. In other areas, sounds seem to be dampened and absorbed, creating pockets of unusual silence within the cave system. Some researchers believe these acoustic modifications were intentional, designed to enhance religious ceremonies or spiritual practices that took place within the mountain. The geometric patterns found throughout Teo's cave are equally puzzling. Unlike the flowing, organic designs typical of most ancient South American art, these patterns are stark and mathematical. Perfect circles, precise angles, and complex geometric relationships that suggest knowledge of advanced mathematical principles. Some of these patterns appear to be three-dimensional, carved into the rock in ways that create optical illusions when viewed from certain angles. Others seem to incorporate astronomical alignments, pointing toward specific star positions or tracking the movement of celestial bodies. Local indigenous peoples, particularly the Shuar tribe, have maintained oral traditions about Teos Cave for generations. According to their stories, the cave was once inhabited by a race of beings who possessed knowledge far beyond that of ordinary humans. These beings were said to be teachers and guardians of ancient wisdom, capable of manipulating stone and metal in ways that seemed magical to those who witnessed their work. The Shuar describe elaborate ceremonies that took place within the mountain, rituals that connected the physical world with spiritual realms. These oral traditions include specific details about the cave's layout and hidden chambers that have proven surprisingly accurate when compared to modern explorations. The Shuar speak of passages that lead to underground rivers, chambers filled with strange lights, and rooms where time seems to move differently. While some of these descriptions might be metaphorical or spiritual in nature, others have been confirmed by recent explorations, lending credibility to the indigenous accounts. The Shuar also maintain that the cave system connects to other underground networks throughout South America. They describe a vast system of tunnels and chambers that once allowed ancient peoples to travel great distances without ever seeing sunlight. According to their traditions, these underground highways connected major population centers and sacred sites across the continent, forming a hidden infrastructure that supported advanced civilizations for thousands of years. These accounts align surprisingly well with similar legends from other parts of South America. The Inca spoke of underground cities and tunnel systems that connected their empire. In Peru, there are documented cases of explorers discovering elaborate tunnel networks beneath ancient sites like Cusco and Sacsayhuaman. In Colombia, the Muisca people have traditions of underground passages that lead to sacred lakes and hidden temples. Could these all be connected? Could Teos Cave be part of a vast underground network that once spanned the continent? Modern exploration of Teos Cave continues, but it's hampered by both the challenging environment and political complications. The Ecuadorian government has restricted access to the site, partly due to its cultural significance to indigenous peoples, and partly because of the ongoing controversy surrounding previous expeditions. Only a small portion of the cave system has been thoroughly explored and mapped. Researchers estimate that the full extent of the tunnels and chambers could stretch for hundreds of miles underground. The physical challenges of exploring Teos Cave cannot be overstated. The entrance itself requires rappelling down a sheer cliff face into darkness, with no guarantee of what lies below. Once inside, explorers must navigate narrow passages, underground rivers and chambers filled with toxic gases. The humidity is oppressive, reaching nearly 100% in many areas, and the temperature remains constant at around 70 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Equipment fails regularly in these conditions, and the risk of becoming lost in the extensive tunnel system is ever present. Recent technological advances have allowed for new types of investigation without the need for human presence in the most dangerous areas. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed additional chambers and passages that haven't been physically accessed. These scans show structures that appear artificial, with geometric shapes and right angles that don't occur naturally in limestone caves. Some of these hidden chambers appear to be quite large, possibly even larger than the known ceremonial spaces. Laser scanning has created detailed three-dimensional maps of explored sections, revealing architectural features that weren't obvious to earlier expeditions. These digital reconstructions show the true precision of the cave's construction, with measurements accurate to within millimeters. The level of planning and execution evident in these scans suggests that whoever built or modified these spaces possessed sophisticated knowledge of engineering and architecture. Some of these scans show what appear to be deliberate construction techniques, including perfectly straight walls that extend for hundreds of feet, right-angle corners that meet with mathematical precision, and chambers with geometrically precise dimensions. In several areas, the laser scans have revealed what appear to be tool marks left by cutting instruments, preserved in the stone for millennia. Analysis of these marks suggests they were made by tools far more advanced than anything known to have existed in pre-Columbian South America. The question remains, if Teos Cave does contain evidence of an advanced ancient civilization, why hasn't more definitive proof been found? Some researchers suggest that the most important artifacts were removed long ago, either by ancient peoples themselves as they abandoned the site, or by more recent explorers who chose to keep their discoveries secret. The history of archaeological exploration in South America is filled with stories of treasures that disappeared into private collections, artifacts that were sold to wealthy collectors rather than being preserved for scientific study. Others believe that the true treasures of Teos Cave lie in sections that haven't been accessed yet, protected by natural barriers or deliberately concealed passages. The cave system is vast and largely unexplored, with new passages and chambers being discovered regularly. Given the limited resources available for exploration and the challenging conditions within the cave, it's entirely possible that the most significant discoveries still lie waiting in the darkness. There's also the possibility that the cave's significance lies not in what it contains, but in what it represents. The precision of its construction, the acoustic properties of certain chambers, and the geometric patterns carved into its walls all suggest a level of knowledge and planning that challenges our assumptions about ancient South American civilizations. Even if no metal library exists, Teos Cave demonstrates that our ancestors possessed capabilities that we're only beginning to understand. The implications of Teos Cave extend far beyond archaeology. If the claims about advanced ancient technology are true, they suggest that human civilization has followed a very different path than we currently believe. Instead of a linear progression from simple to complex, our history might include periods of advanced knowledge that were lost and forgotten, leaving only tantalizing clues like those found in the depths of this Ecuadorian mountain. Recent chemical analysis of rock samples from the cave has revealed some intriguing anomalies. Certain areas show traces of metals and minerals that don't occur naturally in the local geology, suggesting they may have been brought to the site from distant locations. Some of these materials have properties that make them useful for electronic applications, leading to speculation about whether ancient peoples understood principles of electricity and magnetism that we're only now rediscovering. The story of Teos Cave reminds us that there are still places on Earth where mystery dwells, where the past refuses to give up its secrets easily. Whether it houses a hidden library or simply represents the architectural achievement of a forgotten people, it stands as a testament to the fact that human history is far more complex and surprising than we often assume. And deep within those mountain chambers, in the darkness where the Teos birds nest, that mystery continues to wait for someone brave enough to uncover its truth. As exploration of Teos Cave continues in the 21st century, new technologies and techniques may finally provide answers to questions that have puzzled researchers for decades. Drone technology allows for safer exploration of dangerous passages, while advanced chemical analysis can reveal secrets hidden in the stone itself. Perhaps most importantly, renewed collaboration with indigenous peoples is providing insights that were previously overlooked, combining traditional knowledge with modern scientific methods to unlock the secrets of this remarkable site. Beneath one of the ancient world's most mysterious cities lies an equally enigmatic secret. Teotihuacan, the massive pre-Columbian metropolis located just northeast of modern Mexico City, has puzzled archaeologists for over a century. But in recent decades, discoveries made deep underground have added new layers to its mystery. Hidden tunnels, sealed chambers, and passages that seem to lead nowhere have revealed that the city above ground was only part of the story. What lies beneath Teotihuacan may be even more significant than the towering pyramids that draw millions of visitors each year. Teotihuacan was one of the largest cities in the ancient world, home to perhaps 200,000 people at its peak around 500 to 600 CE. The civilization that built it remains nameless. We don't know what they called themselves, what language they spoke, or why they eventually abandoned their magnificent city. What we do know is that they were master architects and engineers, capable of constructing massive pyramids, wide ceremonial avenues, and complex residential compounds that housed their population for centuries. The city's layout itself is a marvel of urban planning. The main thoroughfare, known today as the Avenue of the Dead, stretches for more than 2 miles through the heart of the city, connecting the massive Pyramid of the Sun and Pyramid of the Moon with dozens of smaller temples and palaces. The entire city was laid out on a precise grid system, with residential compounds, markets, and workshops organized in carefully planned districts. This level of organization suggests a highly sophisticated society with advanced knowledge of engineering, mathematics, and social planning. But it wasn't until the 1970s that archaeologists began to realize that Teotihuacan's builders had been just as ambitious underground as they were above ground. The first major discovery came when researchers were studying the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, one of the city's most important religious structures. This pyramid, also known as the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, was adorned with elaborate stone carvings depicting feathered serpents and other deities, but ground-penetrating radar revealed something even more remarkable hidden beneath its foundation. Using increasingly sophisticated detection equipment, researchers detected what appeared to be hollow spaces beneath the temple. The readings suggested not just empty cavities, but structured spaces with defined walls and chambers. When they finally gained access through a carefully excavated entrance shaft, they found something extraordinary: a tunnel system that had been deliberately sealed sometime around 200 to 250 CE, more than 3 centuries before the city's final abandonment. The tunnel beneath the Feathered Serpent Temple stretches for over 300 feet, beginning near the temple's base and extending eastward beneath the ceremonial plaza. The passageway is approximately 23 feet wide and 13 feet high, large enough to accommodate substantial groups of people. But this wasn't a crude cave or hastily dug hiding place. The walls were carefully finished with smooth plaster. The ceiling was reinforced with precisely cut stone blocks, and the floor was covered with a layer of powdered mica that would have created a shimmering, almost magical effect when lit by torches. The mica itself is one of the tunnel's most intriguing features. This mineral doesn't occur naturally in the Teotihuacan area and would have had to be imported from sources hundreds of miles away. Mica has unique properties that make it useful for both practical and ceremonial purposes. It's an excellent insulator against heat and electricity, and when ground into powder, it creates a sparkling surface that reflects light in dramatic ways. The ancient builders of Teotihuacan went to considerable expense and effort to line their sacred tunnel with this special material. When archaeologists first entered these sealed chambers, they found evidence of rituals that had taken place in absolute darkness. Thousands of objects had been carefully placed throughout the tunnels: jade jewelry, obsidian blades, ceramic vessels, and sculptures representing deities and mythological creatures. Many of these artifacts showed signs of having been deliberately broken or killed as part of religious ceremonies, a practice common throughout Mesoamerica, where objects were thought to have spiritual essence that needed to be released. The tunnel wasn't just a storage space or hiding place. It was a sacred underworld, a physical representation of the mythological realm where gods and ancestors dwelled. The ancient Mesoamericans believed that caves and underground spaces were portals to this other world, places where the living could communicate with the dead, and where the most important religious ceremonies needed to take place. The tunnel beneath the Feathered Serpent Temple appears to have been the most sacred space in all of Teotihuacan. The artifacts found within the tunnel tell a story of elaborate rituals that must have taken place over many years, possibly decades. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of offerings that were made at specific intervals, suggesting regular ceremonies that followed a precise calendar. Some of the objects appear to have been manufactured specifically for these underground rituals, with designs and materials that don't appear anywhere else in Teotihuacan's archaeological record. Among the most significant discoveries were hundreds of small spheres made of pyrite, a metallic mineral that creates brilliant reflective surfaces. These spheres were scattered throughout the tunnel in patterns that seemed to map the night sky, possibly representing constellations or planetary movements. When illuminated by torchlight, these pyrite spheres would have created the illusion of stars shining in the underground darkness, transforming the tunnel into a replica of the celestial realm. But the discovery beneath the Feathered Serpent Temple was just the beginning. As researchers developed better techniques for underground exploration, they began to find evidence of tunnel systems throughout Teotihuacan. Beneath the Pyramid of the Sun, the largest structure in the city, ground-penetrating radar revealed what appeared to be a natural cave system that had been modified and expanded by human hands. Local legends had always spoken of a cave beneath the pyramid, but it wasn't until 2008 that archaeologists finally confirmed its existence. The cave beneath the Pyramid of the Sun tells a different story than the tunnel under the Feathered Serpent Temple. This appears to be a natural limestone cave that was discovered by Teotihuacan's early inhabitants and transformed into something sacred. The original cave system formed over thousands of years as underground water carved channels through the bedrock, creating a series of interconnected chambers and passages. The walls of this natural cave show extensive evidence of human modification. Passages were widened and chambers enlarged to accommodate larger gatherings. Natural rock formations were carved and shaped to create altars, benches, and ceremonial platforms. Most significantly, the cave seems to have influenced the placement of the pyramid above it. The massive structure wasn't built randomly on this spot. It was deliberately positioned over this underground sacred space, with the pyramid's main stairway aligned directly above the cave's primary chamber. This discovery revolutionized understanding of how Teotihuacan was planned and constructed. Rather than simply choosing locations for their major temples and pyramids based on surface features, the builders appear to have conducted extensive underground surveys to locate natural caves and other subterranean features. These underground spaces were then incorporated into the city's religious architecture, with major structures built to mark and protect the sacred sites below. The relationship between Teotihuacan's surface architecture and its underground spaces suggests a sophisticated understanding of religious symbolism and urban planning. The pyramid above wasn't just a temple, it was a marker that identified the location of the sacred cave below. For the people of Teotihuacan, the real spiritual power of the site lay not in the impressive stone structure that dominated the skyline, but in the dark chambers hidden beneath the earth. Recent discoveries have revealed that Teotihuacan's tunnel systems are far more extensive than anyone originally imagined. Using advanced laser scanning technology called LiDAR, researchers have mapped underground networks that connect different parts of the city. Some of these tunnels appear to link major temple complexes, suggesting they may have been used for ceremonial processions or secret religious rites that took place away from public view. The engineering required to construct these tunnel networks demonstrates remarkable technical sophistication. The builders had to deal with challenging geological conditions, including unstable soil, seasonal flooding, and the risk of collapse from the weight of massive structures above. Yet they managed to create tunnel systems that have remained stable for over 1,000 years, suggesting advanced knowledge of structural engineering and construction techniques. Water management was clearly a major concern in the design of these underground spaces. Many of the tunnels include carefully constructed drainage systems that channel groundwater and prevent flooding during the rainy season. These drainage systems are sophisticated enough to handle the large volumes of water that can accumulate during Mexico's intense summer storms, suggesting that the tunnel builders understood the local climate and hydrology in great detail. Ventilation was another crucial consideration. The tunnel systems include a network of air shafts that provide fresh air circulation throughout the underground spaces. These shafts are positioned to take advantage of natural air currents and temperature differences, creating passive ventilation systems that don't require any mechanical assistance. The engineering principles involved in these ventilation systems demonstrate knowledge of aerodynamics and thermodynamics that was quite advanced for its time. One of the most intriguing discoveries has been the presence of what archaeologists call ritual deposits throughout the tunnel systems. These are carefully arranged collections of objects that were clearly placed with specific ceremonial intentions. The deposits follow standardized patterns that suggest they were part of established religious practices, ceremonies that were repeated regularly according to precise protocols. Many of these ritual deposits contain representations of water-related deities, particularly Tlaloc, the rain god who was central to Mesoamerican religious beliefs. The placement of these objects follows patterns that suggest they were part of larger ritual sequences, ceremonies that may have taken place over days or weeks and involved multiple underground locations. Some deposits appear to mark specific calendar dates, possibly corresponding to agricultural cycles or astronomical events. The tunnels have also revealed evidence of sophisticated acoustic design. Many chambers have curved walls and domed ceilings that would have amplified voices and created dramatic sound effects during religious rituals. In some areas, the acoustic properties are so precisely engineered that a person speaking in one chamber can be heard clearly in adjacent rooms, while sounds from the surface world are completely blocked out. These acoustic modifications weren't accidental. The tunnel builders clearly understood principles of sound transmission and reverberation, using these principles to create spaces that enhance the drama and mystery of underground ceremonies. The acoustic effects would have made voices seem to come from nowhere, creating the impression that gods or spirits were speaking directly to the participants in the rituals. The religious significance of these underground spaces cannot be overstated. Throughout Mesoamerica, caves and underground chambers were considered portals to the underworld, places where creation began and where the dead continued their journey after life. The extensive tunnel systems beneath Teotihuacan may represent one of the most elaborate underground religious complexes ever created in the ancient Americas. The symbolism associated with these underground spaces was complex and multifaceted. They represented the womb of the Earth Mother, the source of all life and fertility. They were also seen as entrances to the realm of the dead, places where ancestors continued to exist and could be consulted by the living. For the people of Teotihuacan, these tunnels were not empty spaces, but active spiritual environments where the most important aspects of their religious life took place. Perhaps most mysteriously, some of the tunnel systems appear to have been deliberately sealed and abandoned long before Teotihuacan itself was deserted. The tunnel beneath the Feathered Serpent Temple, for example, was carefully closed and covered sometime in the 3rd century CE, several centuries before the city's final abandonment around 700 to 750 CE. This suggests that whatever religious or ceremonial functions these spaces served, they were considered so sacred that they had to be permanently protected from outside access. The process of sealing these tunnels was as elaborate as their original construction. The entrances were carefully blocked with precisely fitted stone blocks, and the spaces above were filled with earth and debris to prevent future access. In some cases, The sealed tunnels were marked with surface monuments that may have served as memorials or warnings to future generations. Recent archaeological work has focused on understanding the symbolic meaning of these underground spaces and their relationship to Teotihuacan's broader religious and social systems. The city above ground, impressive as it is, may have been designed primarily to mark and protect the sacred spaces below. The massive pyramids, elaborate palaces, and wide ceremonial avenues were all elements in a grand architectural program that celebrated and concealed the true spiritual heart of the city. The discovery of these hidden tunnels has also raised new questions about who built Teotihuacan and why they eventually abandoned it. The level of planning and coordination required to construct both the surface city and its underground counterpart suggests a highly organized society with sophisticated religious beliefs and advanced technical knowledge. Yet this civilization left behind no written records, no clear indication of their identity or their ultimate fate. Some researchers believe that the tunnel systems may hold clues to these mysteries. Chemical analysis of artifacts found in the underground chambers has revealed connections to distant regions of Mesoamerica, suggesting that Teotihuacan was part of a far-reaching trade and cultural network. Materials found in the tunnels include jade from Guatemala, obsidian from central Mexico, and marine shells from both the Pacific and Atlantic coasts. Isotope analysis of human remains found in some tunnels indicates that people from various parts of Mexico and Central America participated in ceremonies here, making Teotihuacan a pilgrimage destination of continental importance. The underground spaces may have served as neutral ground where representatives from different cultures and regions could come together for religious ceremonies and diplomatic negotiations. The work of exploring Teotihuacan's underground secrets continues, with new discoveries being made regularly. Advanced technologies like robotic explorers and three-dimensional mapping are allowing archaeologists to investigate areas that would have been impossible to reach safely just a few decades ago. Recent expeditions have used small robots equipped with cameras to explore tunnel branches that are too narrow or unstable for human access, revealing additional chambers and artifacts that provide new insights into the religious and ceremonial life of ancient Teotihuacan. One of the most exciting recent developments has been the use of cosmic ray detectors to map internal structures within the pyramids themselves. This technology, originally developed for physics research, can detect hollow spaces inside solid structures without the need for invasive excavation. Preliminary results suggest that both the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon may contain additional hidden chambers that haven't been accessed since ancient times. The hidden tunnels beneath Teotihuacan remind us that ancient civilizations were often more complex and sophisticated than we realize. The people who built this great city didn't just construct impressive monuments above ground. They created an entire underground world, a hidden realm where their most sacred ceremonies took place, and their most precious beliefs were expressed in stone and ritual. As archaeologists continue to explore these subterranean mysteries, we're discovering that the true wonder of Teotihuacan may not be what we can see from the surface, but what lies hidden in the darkness below. These underground spaces challenge our assumptions about ancient peoples and their capabilities, suggesting that our ancestors possessed knowledge and skills that we're only beginning to understand. In the tunnels beneath Teotihuacan, the past continues to reveal its secrets, one carefully excavated chamber at a time, reminding us that human history is far more mysterious and remarkable than we ever imagined. Deep in the remote mountains of Tibet, in a place where few outsiders have ever ventured, lies one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. In 1938, a Chinese archaeologist named Kai Pu-te was leading an expedition through the Baigong Mountains when his team stumbled upon something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about human history. Hidden within a series of caves, they discovered hundreds of stone discs, each perfectly circular and roughly the size of a modern vinyl record. But these weren't ordinary stones. Carved into their surfaces were intricate spiral grooves, similar to the tracks on a phonograph record, filled with tiny hieroglyphic symbols that no one could read. The discovery was so unusual that it would take decades before anyone dared to publish their findings. When they finally did, the story that emerged was so extraordinary that it divided the scientific community and sparked debates that continue to this day. Were these stones evidence of an ancient alien visitation, a record of contact between extraterrestrial beings and early humans? Or were they something else entirely, perhaps an elaborate hoax designed to fool the world? The Dropa Stones, as they came to be known, remain one of the most mysterious and controversial artifacts in archaeology. Their very existence challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations, and their alleged translation tells a story so incredible that most scholars refuse to believe it could be true. But what if it is? What if, buried in those remote Tibetan caves, lie the records of humanity's first contact with beings from another world? The story begins in the harsh, unforgiving landscape of the Baigong Mountains, a region so remote and treacherous that few dare to explore it. Fuente and his team were conducting a routine archaeological survey when they discovered a series of caves that showed signs of ancient habitation. As they explored deeper into the cave system, they began to uncover something remarkable. The caves had been carefully carved and modified, with smooth walls and organized chambers that suggested they had once been used as dwellings or storage areas. But it was what they found inside these chambers that truly astonished them. Scattered throughout the caves were hundreds of stone discs, each one perfectly circular and measuring roughly 9 inches in diameter. The stones appeared to be made of a hard granite-like material, and each one had a small hole in its center, giving them the appearance of ancient stone records. Most remarkably, the surfaces of these discs were covered in spiral grooves that ran from the center to the outer edge, and within these grooves were tiny symbols and markings that appeared to be some form of writing. The team also discovered something else that added to the mystery. Buried within the caves were skeletal remains that were unlike anything they had seen before. The skeletons were small, standing only about 4 feet tall, with unusually large skulls and delicate bone structures. Some of the team members noted that the remains seemed almost otherworldly, as if they belonged to a species that was not quite human. Fuente and his team carefully documented their findings and removed the most intact of the stone discs for further study. However, when they returned to Beijing and attempted to publish their discovery, they were met with skepticism and ridicule from the academic establishment. The idea that ancient peoples could have created such sophisticated stone records was considered impossible, and the suggestion that the skeletal remains might belong to a non-human species was dismissed as fantasy. For years, the Dropa stones remained locked away in storage, gathering dust, while the scientific community ignored their existence. It wasn't until the 1960s that a Russian scientist named Dr. Sergei Laladov claimed to have successfully translated the mysterious symbols carved into the stones. What he discovered, according to his account, was a story so extraordinary that it would change everything we thought we knew about human history. According to Laladov's translation, the stones told the story of a group of beings called the Dropa who had crash-landed on Earth thousands of years ago. These beings, described as coming from a star system called Sirius, had been forced to make an emergency landing in the remote mountains of Tibet when their spacecraft malfunctioned. Stranded on an alien world, they had been forced to adapt to life on Earth, eventually interbreeding with local human populations and creating a hybrid race that became known as the Dropa people. The story inscribed on the stones, as Laladov claimed to have translated it, described how the Dropa had initially been feared and hunted by the local human tribes, who saw them as demons or evil spirits because of their strange appearance. The small stature and large heads of the Dropa made them appear monstrous to the primitive humans who encountered them. However, over time, some of the human tribes began to understand that the Dropa were not evil, but simply refugees from another world who meant no harm. The stones allegedly described how the Dropa had tried to repair their damaged spacecraft so they could return to their home world, but their technology had been too severely damaged in the crash. Forced to accept that they would never return home, they had gradually integrated into human society, sharing some of their advanced knowledge while carefully concealing their true origins. The stone records were supposedly created as a historical record of their arrival and integration, a testament to one of the most significant events in human history. But Laladov's translation was met with immediate skepticism from the scientific community. Critics pointed out that no other scholar had been able to verify his translation, and that the symbols on the stones bore no resemblance to any known ancient writing system. Some suggested that Laladov had simply made up the entire story, perhaps as part of an elaborate hoax or as a way to gain attention for his work. The controversy deepened when it was revealed that some of the details of the original discovery story didn't quite add up. Questions were raised about whether Kai Pu-te had actually existed, and whether the expedition to the Baigong Mountains had ever taken place. Some researchers claimed that they had been unable to find any official records of the expedition, and that the Chinese government had no documentation of the discovery. Despite these doubts, the story of the Dropa Stones continued to capture the imagination of researchers and UFO enthusiasts around the world. In the 1970s, several Western researchers traveled to China in an attempt to examine the stones for themselves. Some claim to have seen them in storage at various Chinese museums and universities, while others reported that the stones had mysteriously disappeared or been hidden away by the Chinese authorities. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Dropa Stone story is the alleged scientific analysis that was conducted on some of the discs. According to some accounts, researchers who examined the stones discovered that they contained unusual metallic properties. When subjected to oscilloscope testing, the stones allegedly produced a strange humming sound and showed electrical properties that were inconsistent with ordinary granite or stone. Some researchers claimed that the stones seemed to have been somehow treated or altered to give them these unusual characteristics. There were also reports that the symbols carved into the stones had been created using some kind of advanced technique that was beyond the capabilities of ancient peoples. The precision and uniformity of the tiny hieroglyphs suggested that they had been carved using sophisticated tools, possibly even some form of laser or electron beam technology. The fact that the symbols were so small and intricate made it difficult to believe that they could have been created by hand using primitive tools. However, skeptics pointed out that all of these supposed scientific tests were poorly documented and had never been peer-reviewed or verified by independent researchers. The lack of solid evidence made it difficult to separate fact from fiction in the Dropa Stone story. The mystery deepened further when researchers began to investigate the local legends and folklore of the Tibet region. They discovered that the area around the Baigong Mountains was indeed home to two unusual ethnic groups known as the Dropa and the Han. These people were notably small in stature, with many individuals standing less than 5 feet tall, and they had distinctive physical features that set them apart from other Tibetan peoples. Local legends spoke of these groups as being descended from beings who had come from the sky in ancient times. The stories told of strange visitors who had arrived in the mountains long ago, bringing with them advanced knowledge and unusual technologies. Some of the local shamans claimed that their ancestors had been taught various skills by these sky beings, including techniques for working with stone and metal that were far beyond what should have been possible for primitive peoples. The physical appearance of the modern Dropa and Han peoples also seemed to match the descriptions of the skeletal remains found in the caves. They were small in stature with relatively large heads, and their bone structure was notably delicate compared to other ethnic groups in the region. Some researchers suggested that these people might indeed be the descendants of the ancient Dropa described in the stone records. but the lack of concrete evidence continued to plague the investigation. Despite numerous expeditions and research efforts, no one has been able to produce definitive proof that the Dropa stones are genuine. The original stones have never been made available for comprehensive scientific analysis, and many of the key figures in the story have proven difficult to verify or track down. Some researchers have suggested that the entire Dropa stone story might be an elaborate piece of disinformation, perhaps created by intelligence agencies as part of a broader campaign to muddy the waters around genuine UFO research. Others believe that the story might be based on a real discovery that has been embellished and exaggerated over the years until it became indistinguishable from fiction. The truth about the Dropa stones remains elusive. Are they genuine artifacts that provide evidence of ancient alien contact? Are they elaborate hoaxes designed to fool the gullible? Or are they something else entirely, perhaps misidentified natural formations or conventional archaeological artifacts that have been misinterpreted and sensationalized? What makes the Dropa stone story so compelling is not just the extraordinary claims, but the way it fits into a broader pattern of mysterious archaeological discoveries from around the world. From the massive stone blocks of Baalbek to the impossible precision of ancient megalithic structures, there are numerous examples of archaeological evidence that seems to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that conventional history says they shouldn't have had. The Dropa stones, whether real or imagined, represent our deep-seated desire to believe that we are not alone in the universe. They offer the tantalizing possibility that contact between humans and extraterrestrial beings might not be a modern phenomenon, but something that has been happening throughout human history. In a world where the vastness of space makes the existence of other intelligent life seem almost certain, the idea that some of those beings might have visited Earth in ancient times doesn't seem entirely impossible. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Dropa stone mystery is what it says about the limits of our knowledge. Despite all our advances in science and technology, there are still vast gaps in our understanding of human history and our place in the universe. The remote mountains of Tibet, like many other unexplored regions of our planet, may still hold secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of the past. Whether the Dropa stones are real or not, they remind us that history is not a closed book, but an ongoing mystery filled with questions that we are only beginning to ask. In the end, perhaps that sense of wonder and possibility is more important than the truth itself. After all, it is our willingness to consider the impossible that drives us to explore, to discover, and to keep pushing the boundaries of what we think we know about our world and our universe. As we conclude our journey through these forgotten chapters of human history, remember that beneath every accepted narrative lies a deeper truth waiting to be unearthed. These ancient anomalies and out-of-place artifacts challenge everything mainstream archaeology holds sacred, whispering secrets of civilizations far more advanced than we've been led to believe. The evidence is mounting, yet powerful institutions continue to suppress these discoveries that threaten their carefully constructed timeline. But the truth cannot remain buried forever. If this glimpse into humanity's hidden past has opened your eyes, be sure to subscribe for more revelations that rewrite history as we know it. The greatest mysteries aren't found in fiction. They're etched in stone, sealed in ancient texts, and embedded in the very foundations of our world. Thank you for joining this quest for forbidden knowledge. Until next time, keep questioning everything they tell you. Reintenter Claude Pude committer errors. Por favor, verifique las respuestas.